Oh, today, yeah. Okay. Is that like, I'm just kind of giving them stuff to do. Yeah. I don't like that,
It's
but it is what it is. I don't like to remember the mess.
If you need pop, it's called Zevia. Z-E-V-I-A.
Your son?
Yeah, Zevia. When they have cola, they have like Zevia. Z-E-V-I-A. Which is it's got stevia as the sweetener instead.
Okay, let's all rise for the prayer. Brandon Shattuck's going to say the prayer for us.
Father God, we just come to you right now in the name of Jesus, Lord. We pray over this day and this meeting that you just give us wisdom. Your word says that if any of us lacks wisdom to ask of you, and you give to all men liberally. So, Father, we ask for wisdom today. We ask that you help us love the people of Marshall County like you love them, and direct our steps in the matters of government here today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, with that, the September 8th Marshall County Council meeting will now come to order. We have first on our agenda any public input on some agenda items. There's always an opportunity at the end as well. Seeing none, we will actually move on to the subcommittee reports. We're going to be way ahead of schedule here. Highway Subcommittee, do you guys have anything?
We do.
Okay.
We had a meeting on the 13th, and all three of us were there, and Andrew and Jason, and we went through to see what is going to be going on in the future, and we're going to do our best to try to do some paving of some subdivisions. And hopefully we can do South Point, Forest Hills, Crest Lane, and D Drive. They tell us that they're pretty much ahead on additional paving projects, and Milestone had submitted during before things that they're going to start, and there are several that are starting on August the 25th. So we're real pleased with it. Brandon and Greg, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, we're all pretty much in agreement in getting those subdivisions done. We're also meet Wednesday for our next meeting.
What exactly subdivision are you talking about again? Some Southview? Is that what you said?
We are talking about South Point.
South Point.
Okay. Forest Hills. Because the back part of Forest Hills is very rough. Crest Lane, and also D Drive, which is off of Maple.
Okay. And so that would be something that we'd have to come back, we would have to ask for an additional or something to that nature, or say in the budget?
Yeah, it's would be an additional.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that is not getting, obviously we're not trying to bump up the list or whatever. The hope is that, weather permitting, it can be done before the end of the year.
Sometimes we put on from last year.
Yeah, well, Forest Hills, if you remember, was a couple years ago, they paid part of it, had to stop and can do the rest.
We're talking in the ballpark of $379,000. If Oakcrest was in there, it would be $588,000. But I live in Oakcrest, it looks pretty nice out there, to be honest with you. So some of the others had a need there, and those are what Jason is shooting for.
Okay. Questions, discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to budget finance. Obviously, we're in budget season. We'll be meeting today. I hope everyone got some ideas on how to trim that request to $20.5 million down. We obviously can't sustain that. I gave you my monthly update of the key cash balances just now. Again, the finances look pretty good. General fund at the end of August, according to the claims budget status report, was $10.2 million approximately. Rainy day is just a shade under $4 million. Those are the two biggies I look at. We can see highways starting to spend down some of their money too, but funds have always looked pretty good here in the county, and so I think we can be confident that we'll be fine going forward. Questions on my report? Seeing none, Job Classification Compensation Committee.
That subcommittee is interesting because we do most of our work between January and April because that's when it's open for job classifications to be or jobs to be reviewed. We are still working with CASA. We are in favor of moving forward with creating CASA as a department. We had communicated that with the commissioners and also with Angie and Tori, and so it was actually on the commissioners' agenda, and they approved to create CASA as a department. That was per Judge Cerizi's request. So that she, the director will be a department head so that she can take advantage of some of the comp time, things like that. And that will be on our agenda next month too, as part of the salary ordinance.
Okay. Questions, comments? Wow, we're way ahead of schedule. Is Sandy, there's Sandy, there she is. At 9:07, how about coming up for the 9:30 Museum and Historical Society update?
I actually had a doctor's appointment this morning, so I moved it up, just in case. Jim saw us sneaking back down the alley.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
I brought the rest of my work here today, just so you guys know. So I'm going to stay for the budget hearings. I've just found that it's easier rather than to try to listen at the museum and then run back over. I just brought my work in today.
Okay.
So I'm going to move in either in the back or next door until you're ready for me.
Okay.
I have to run to the museum and haul stuff up from the basement front sidewalk sale this week.
Okay.
Raising the funds, man. Well, I think I tell you guys every time I come that the museum is busy, and it's always true, but the summer really takes things to a whole new level. We've already welcomed almost 5,000 patrons this year, and our research project completions are 50% higher right now than last year's year-end number. We are continuing to implement our long-range plan, along with annual planning calendar, and that helps our staff keep focused on community-based initiatives. I have my first picture for you. So summer is also the time when we really dig in on exhibits. Our goal is to keep things fresh so people keep coming back. The main lobby is entirely reset once a year. Items formerly on display are rotated to then our windows. Exhibits are very time-consuming to create, so recycling them like this allows them a wider audience and encourages passersby to stop, come inside, and explore. We also redo one permanent exhibit per year. This year we are working on our dairy room. And picture number 2. While this year's downtown summer kickoff got cut short by rain, we've had multiple opportunities to be out in the community, including Mayor's Summer of Music, the Downtown Merchants Sidewalk Sale, the Tractor Show, and Arts in the Straight, which interestingly enough also became interrupted by the weather and was instead arts inside the museum and pretty much everywhere else. Many people hosted artists inside that day, and it actually became a great exercise in community cooperation. It was wonderful exposure for the museum, too. We had lots of new folks in, and including the vendors, who many had not ever been in before. So it really turned out to be a great opportunity all the way around. And of course, our brown bag series continues each month and has always been quite well attended. And the next photo. We are also out and about in the county, participating in activities that help us serve the whole area, including One Marshall County and America 250. If you haven't already, please like and follow the Marshall County's America 250 Facebook page, an excerpt from that right here. It promotes the events that this group puts on, but it also has some great content every week, including this series on the Declaration of Independence signers, written by our very own Anita Kopetsky. America 250 hosted its second event in June. It was the first of 3 films in a series on the events leading up to American independence. So there'll be news on the dates of the upcoming films on the page, and I will probably share that with you as well. So speaking of being out and about in the county, Mike and I were here last Monday to get the commissioner's approval for our annual staff in-service, which this year is going to take us down to Culver. And the story I'd like to share with you today was written by the Academy's historian, Jeff Kenny, who will be one of our guides for the in-service. Another picture for you. In March of 1913, Culver High School basketball player Herman Sager scored a still unbeaten individual record of 113 points in a single game. That season, his team consisted of only 5 players with no reserves. They won 25 out of 27 games, amassed more than 1,300 points, and made it all the way down to the state finals. There they won their first 9 games and lost by just 1 point in the end. Sager also played 1 year for CMA. He was on a scholarship and he became a football, basketball, and track star there. After graduating, he entered Heidelberg College in Ohio, making All-Ohio in both football and basketball. But get this, Sager is actually credited with being the first person to suggest and test the 3-point rule, way back in 1932. Unfortunately, his connection to the idea was forgotten over the years, as the 3-point rule wasn't adopted permanently by the NBA until 1979. And it took even a little longer for college and high school basketball to follow suit. Sager was also ahead of his time in that he advocated eliminating the jump ball after each basket because he hoped to reduce the extent to which the game leaned towards height instead of skill. And he was also in favor of eliminating stalling tactics during a game. His career included coaching, sports writing, radio announcing, sports photography, drawing, and publication. He was a charter member of the National Football Hall of Fame, associated with greats such as Knute Rockne, Red Grange, and Jim Thorpe, and was inducted into the Indiana Basketball Hall of Fame in 2015. As we were talking about exhibits just a little bit earlier, our sports room is the permanent exhibit that next year will be up for a refresh, and we'll be including the story of this Marshall County legend when we do. As always, I thank you for your support of the museum and for your attention this morning. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. And I'm not sure if there's anything that you wanted to add.
I don't think so.
Sandy,
Also,
the Black Widow,
The Black.
Culver.
Okay. Is that?
You're gonna tell us more?
Lived down there that went through like 6 husbands, and the 7th husband she did not kill because she did not give him enough arsenic, and he survived, and he was the only one to survive. So the movie and the book, The Black Widow, Culver.
Is that a clue? Really?
Yeah, in fact, the picture that I showed you of the brown bags was a little known
Yeah, you did.
color. And I think that was one of the stories that John told that day. Yeah, they've got some really interesting stories from.
We did a skit through the Board of Realtors. We did a skit on that year, and it was because of the Black Widow. The guy that actually survived, his wife was a realtor for Remax Oakcrest here in Plymouth. And we did that, and we did a reenactment on that. And of course, we put weird names on and all this stuff, but it worked out very well. But a lot of people don't realize that, and that was Culver, Indiana.
What year were we talking here?
I'd have to go back and double check that. I'm not sure, but I think she
It was
got.
in the 1800s.
It was in the 1800s, I
I
think.
think she was like
Wow.
mail order.
Yeah, but the next generation, then one carried through too, and that person killed a few. But the one wife, the last guy she did not kill,
Okay.
and he was from CNA. Yeah, he taught there. Yeah.
a little bit of history with Jim Masterson.
So the reason I know is I wrote a skit for the realtors.
This morning I was thinking, I need to think of a story this week for the commissioners. So maybe I should I look that one up and share that one. So that would be good.
Then we had some
I
neat
didn't do
names.
another Culver one anyway because I always try to tie it into something, whatever we share with you, with something that's also going on. So
One of the characters was I'm available. We had a ball with it.
Yeah.
I was in the museum Saturday, and Lynn and Steve Gorski were in. They purchased a house by Lincoln Junior High that sits, they moved it so it sits crossways on the lot. And they came in to see if we had photographs of the house, and they walked out with a handful of interior photographs from years ago and when the house was. So if you got any research type things like that you're interested in, you know, like Greg, you historic neighborhood there, you might want to see if they've got pictures of your old house or any of the rest of it. It's a treasure trove of photographs and things like that.
That was the Wade house.
I'm sorry?
That was the Wade house. Because Espex actually moved that onto the foundation. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Inquiries about houses are actually one of the most frequent ones we get anymore, more so than genealogy.
With visitors.
Yeah, with everybody. Anything else today? Thank you.
Thank you. Is Vicki Brown here? I know we're way early, we'll have to come back to Vicki. She's on the agenda at 9:40, so that's 24 minutes.
That's okay.
From now, okay. We'll move on to some of the council items and hopefully we can come back to Vicki. Additional appropriations. Two out of the general fund. One for the sheriff for wages overtime and $2,509.72. One for the commissioners for legal services for $100,000. The total is $102,509.72. Discussion or a motion?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Masterson, seconded by Mrs. Cox. Is there discussion? Chair sees none. Those in favor of approving the addition will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. King Cap, looks like the pothole patcher, $97,500. Also want to repair a building, county building here, $33,000 on that one. The comprised total is $130,500. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Mrs. Johnson, second by Mrs. Cox. Is there discussion? Seeing none, those in favor of the additional will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Local Road and Streets wants to do some painting of $150,000. Motion or discussion?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Mrs. Cox, second by Mrs. Johnson. Discussion? Seeing none, those in favor of the additional will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Auditor ineligible deduction for furniture, $40,000. Contractual services of $37,750. Is there discussion or a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Cox, second by Mr. Masterson. Is there discussion? Chair sees none. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Transfers, I believe. Take the two auditors. We have two transfer requests, $500 each. One from professional services, one to wages overtime. One from repairs, furniture, and equipment, to wages overtime. Again, two transfers of $500 each. Is there a discussion or a motion? So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Shattuck, second by Mrs. Johnson. Is there a discussion? Chair sees none. Those in favor of the transfers will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Commissioner, stone gravel aggregates to bituminous in the tune of $80,000 of a transfer. Is there discussion or motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Masterson, second by Mrs. Cox. Is there discussion? Chair sees none. Those in favor of the transfer say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Lit Special Purpose Fund. 9/11 equipment lease, transferring $30,000 into equipment maintenance contract. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. Motion by Mrs. Cox, second by Mr. Shattuck. Is there discussion? Chair sees none. Those in favor of the transfer say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Team Cap Development Technology, GIS into contractual services, $3,000 transfer. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Mrs. Johnson, second by Mrs. Cox. Is there discussion? Chair seated on those in favor of the transfer will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. MVH restricted operating supplies into road signs of $5,000. Transfer, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Masterson, second by Mr. Shattuck. Is there discussion? Chair sees none. Those in favor of the transfer will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Transfer, motion carries. MVH restricted fund, employer social security. I'm not understanding that into, MVH restricted into regular MVH. Social security of $8,000 transferred from the restricted to the non-restricted fund. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I'm second.
Motion by Mrs. Cox, second by Mr. Patterson. Is there discussion? Chair sees none. Those in favor of the transfer will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. K-9 program fund from training into deputy supplies of $1,000. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Ladies first. By Mrs. Johnson, second by Mr. Shattuck. Is there discussion? Chair sees none. Those in favor of the transfer say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We have two transfers out of medical benefits self-insurance fund. One's for $430,000. One's for $1,093.05. Oxyant TrueRx Weekly into Oxyant Weekly, Oxyant TrueRx Weekly into Pcori fee. Is there a motion to approve both transfers?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Cox, second by Mr. Shattuck. Is there discussion? Chair sees none. Those in favor of the transfers will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We have minutes from the August 11th meeting. I trust that you read them. Is there a motion to approve the August 11th minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Masterson, second by Mrs. Johnson. Is there discussion? Chair sees none. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Special meeting minutes, August 27th. Is there a motion to approve the special minutes?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Shattuck, second by Mrs. Johnson. Is there discussion? Chair sees none. Those in favor of approving the minutes will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Do we have a,
Did I skip that? I sure did. I shuffled my papers around. Okay.
You're sorry, or no, it was only
You want to speak on that real quick, or do you know that one?
It's just for, Angie will probably do a better job. It's for probation, isn't it? Because we got a new probation officer and it's based on experience. So
Okay.
we're changing that ordinance. And then building commissioner is the same thing. We just hired a new building commissioner because our previous one moved on for a better position. And again, it's based on experience. So that's changing.
Okay.
Do you want it? Want to read it?
Thank you for the update. Okay. We have a salary ordinance 2025-46. Is there a motion or discussion on this ordinance?
motion to approve the salary ordinance?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Shattuck, second by Mrs. Johnson. Is there further discussion? Chair sees none. Those in favor of approving the ordinance 2025-46 will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. 11 law invoice. It's a significant one. $8,450, it looks like. Is there a motion or discussion on the invoice?
Between the commissioner's attorney and our attorney, it was almost 25,000, I guess the previous month, but
the commissioners is almost $25,000 for basically the lawsuits to sue volunteers. And I just want to make a comment on that.
You said volunteers, what'd you say?
For it was, a lot of the expenses were toward the sewer district and suing the chairman there. And the resolution for those are all volunteers. And this,
I wish I volunteered to quit.
I understand.
But yeah.
and we just transferred money, additional funds going over to attorney's fees as well. I just want to point that out.
Sure. Trust me, it's going to segue into the sewer discussion coming up next. Do we have a motion to approve the invoice?
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Mrs. Cox, second by Mr. Shattuck. Is there discussion? Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Actually, is Vicky Brown here? I know we're still way ahead of schedule.
You're gonna do Dalton?
Yeah, we had to Dalton. Yeah, we do.
I guess I should read a little bit better. Okay. Senator Dalton invoice, $1,844.50. Okay. Yeah, he did those a while back. He started in July. We haven't used Steve that much this year. We're pretty much way under budget for Steve. So, is there a motion to approve the invoice?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Johnson, Mr. Masterson, second by Mrs. Johnson.
Mrs. Johnson.
Motion on the table. Is there discussion? Chair sees none. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay. Again, this will probably open up for the sewer discussion. Is Vicky here? Okay. Again, we're way ahead of schedule.
It's okay.
Sewer discussion it is.
That's a good problem.
Well, this will wait to get us behind schedule. No, in all seriousness, I'm going to have some talking points here that I need to bring out, but does anyone want to lead off in the discussion?
Talk about our trip.
Go for it.
Commissioner Bohannon, President Harmon, and I went to Indianapolis. Commissioner Bohannon gave Governor Braun a packet that had both the commissioner and the council resolutions in it to dissolve the sewer district, along with a letter. And then we met with IDEM, Commissioner Clint Wood. There were, as a board of 5 that we met with, our meeting was about an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes. It was a very good meeting, very good discussion. Lots of notes were being taken. Something that's never been done before. And so that was the biggest pushback, was we've never done this before. The gentleman who handles the SRF, the state revolving loans, he was encouraging us to look at possibly making the project smaller. He said maybe a $12 million project. I'll get you a $5 million SRF loan, and we could get it under $100. But the problem, as I'm doing the math, I'm like, you still have the money to run all that pipe all the way out to the lakes, and I don't understand how that's going to really get it under $100. So he had talked about possibly talking to the sewer board about that. I'm not sure if that's going to be feasible, if that's going to happen. But all in all, it was a really good meeting. I felt like they heard us. They received us well. I felt like we did a wonderful job presenting. We fed off of each other really well, because one person would be speaking and it would trigger something in my mind. So I would speak and then someone else would pick up. And so I felt like it was a very good meeting, but we'll see what happens. We just have to wait and see now.
Yeah, I'm going to jump off what you said there a little bit about the SRF. I've been doing a lot of research in this stuff, and this is, for the public record, we need to continue to talk about this. When the SRF loan is awarded for a small project, It doesn't mean that the taxpayer is getting a great deal, because there's an example 3 months ago in LaPorte County in which a project with 1,100 homes and businesses has been scaled down to 102 homes.
It's a sewer project.
It's a sewer project.
Right.
Very similar. $5 million SRF loan, $3 million forgivable loan, $3 million interest-free loan. And it's on the LaPorte Sewer District's website. It's in black and white here, and if you do the math, that's kind of shocking. For 102 homes, the cost of the project is $10,418,790. That's $102,000 a home, okay, just to construct a sewer to flush the toilet. You tack on $115 a month, that's what they're gonna pay, $115 a month. If you wanna factor in inflation at 3% a year over 35 years, that's another $83,000, $185,000 over 35 years per home. Is that a great use of your tax dollars? No. Even if there is no inflation factored in of the monthly rate of $115 a month, it's $150,000 a home. Again, is that a good use of your tax dollars? No, of course not. I do think that's where they're going with this for the local project here. You know, we have to be good stewards of the tax dollars, and even if it's state funds, that's our tax dollars as well. And I just don't see it being good decision-making by Indianapolis to spend that kind of money, you know, when a septic system, which would work perfectly fine, could be, you know, placed in every home in one of those districts for a fraction of the cost. I did a little bit more update on my analysis of the PSA 1 district. I didn't even put in hookup costs. That tacks on nearly another $5 million to the district at $8,000 for 620 homes in PSA 1. $8,000 hookup cost is $4,960,000. There's other things that are concerning about these projects. They're always underestimating the bids, always, okay? Bremen, again, the first bid for the wastewater treatment plant came in at $24 million. It's estimated at 14.5. There was a recent project just a month ago. They scaled it down. Those costs came in at 22% higher. I have an article on the LaPorte County Sewer District. They ratcheted up the estimate to that sewer district up in LaPorte County up to $43 million. It says up 26% since 2021. I don't know what the updated cost is to the PSA 1. All I know is back in 2022 was estimated at $21,400,000. I mean, if they truly are going to look at inflation, it's more likely this district, to do all 620 homes, comes in at a $25 million bond. That's $250 a month per ratepayer. Okay, again, that assumes that there's no grants. I don't believe they're going to get grants. Mr. Ken Jones has stated that the grants have dried up. You know, I think what they're going to try to do is scale it down just to get the project rolling with something. But again, I'm not for paying $150,000 to $180,000 a home, because if you look at the LaPorte example 3 months ago, it's on the website, LaPorte Regional Sewer District. It comes out to $102,000 cost, plus everyone in the district has to spend at least $115 a month. So minimal $150,000 per home over the next 35 years in LaPorte. So if they're going to bring that to PSA 1, I say that's a big fat waste of money, and I'm for a no. Again, my decision to oppose the sewer district has always been that, you know, when government gets involved, things get expensive, things get inefficient. There's a lot of money that is wasted. And again, we have to look at, though, the next step. If it's dissolved, somebody has to pick up that debt of $1.3 million. It's likely the county would have to pick up that debt, and the council would have to make that decision. I think we understood that when we voted on it last week. But, you know, again, what would the cost to the taxpayers in this county be, to the ratepayers, if all 13 districts we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars to fix a problem that has never been proven to exist. So with that, I will just cease my comments. Questions, thoughts?
I think you're looking at 1 million it is plus interest and costs until we find out how much that total is as well. Because if they're still spending money or interest rates.
If you look at their minutes and their meetings, I believe they were down to roughly $2.1 million. They had some expenses that incurred. They'll be under 2.1 this month. The meeting's in 2 days. But I did look into their band notes, and it's a public record, I believe, where we got the information. It's a 5.7% interest rate. It's deferred until they pay it off. They have 18 months to pay it off, and it'll be $3.6 million. So I would extrapolate right now. They're roughly $1.3 million in debt right now, and someone has to pick that up. Again, in order to pay off that debt, they have to build a sewer to generate revenue. And we have a lot of opposition to the sewer. And again, when government gets involved in these things get inefficient. So, any other comments? Okay. And unfortunately, it does take legal dollars to sometimes defend the public. And so, unfortunately, we are involved in some legal issues, but it takes money to defend the people. So, okay. Having said that, I saw Vicki Brown come in, and we're going to move back to Vicki, and then we'll go to public input. Vicki, you want to come up and tell us about Dustin's Place?
Absolutely. Sorry if you were ahead of schedule. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's not your fault. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm just real quick this morning. Vicki Brown, Dustin's Place. Just wanted to come in and thank you for the support on our project, to let you know that it is officially done. We have furniture arriving this morning at 8 a.m. and will be moved in by the end of this week completely. And because of the community support, because of your support, we are 100% funded and entering that space debt-free and paid off. So our only impact will be maintaining our budget as we always have and increasing our programming. So thank you for your support.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you. I gave you, for those that didn't know what I was giving you, I gave you our ribbon cutting information. So hopefully you can come out, join us on that day. Even if you can't be there at the exact time that the ribbon cutting is, it'll be an all-day celebration. We want to really just recognize the community support. We wouldn't be in this space without this community. So thanks.
When, so the ceremony is October 1st. When are you going to start doing operations out of there and all that?
We'll have our soft opening with our families September 22nd. So tonight, our families will be saying goodbye to our old space. It's going to be a little bittersweet. We've been there for 5 years. And then September 22nd, our families will have their first group night there to let them have that space. And then the public will come on October 1st. Yeah.
Very good.
And if you can't make it and you want to come by and see it, I love showing it off. So it's open to anyone, even everybody. Come and see our new space. It's beautiful. So
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Public input on anything you would like to discuss. Let's do the gentleman here to the right. I'll come back to you, stay in a second. Okay. Can you state your name and just tell us where you live?
Steve Barber, North Township.
Okay.
I just want to express my appreciation for your support of the $50,000 grant program for the fire departments. It's been really helpful for us in North Township in the past. Thank you.
Steve is one of the advisory board members of
Oh,
the
okay.
township.
So, yeah, I recognize the name. So, we do have that in our budget to continue next year. And then, as you know, Steve, the local government tax policy kind of gets turned upside down, and we can address that next year as well for 2027, 28, and going forward. So,
Thank you very much.
yeah, you bet.
Is there another place I can fill this out so you can move along?
Yeah, go right there. That's fine. Mr. Klotz, you're next, please.
Jason. That's Jason, if you got any questions for him. Stan Klotz, Marshall County Commissioner, District 1. A couple things. Number one, thank you for CASA. I think this is long overdue. Like you said, I don't necessarily want to get into your job, how you fund it. I just want to make sure it is funded and we don't have this argument again next year. This has been an ongoing thing, and I think these kids are worth the investment because basically if we don't do this, in some cases, none of them have anybody to stand up for them. So I can't thank enough the department head and her volunteers for what they do for these kids. So my other next item was subdivisions. We just talked about that subcommittee meeting where it's all at. There was support for it, but I need to know, I kind of like to have a voice vote. So if we can make this work, Jason will be prepared to move forward. We have the formal additional for the next meeting. So I don't know what your thoughts are, because the idea was to basically, usually correct me if I'm wrong, the idea was to go ahead. At the time this is going to happen, the cold mix machine would be down. We'd be put away for the winter. So we would basically purchase hot mix because it's so close to the plants and do it with that. So
You want a voice vote of approximately 400,000
if Jason should move forward or not. Yeah.
with the subdivisions? Is that what it said? So I think Jim, you had said two numbers, 390 and 5 something.
379 was what was estimated on the first one, and the other one was 588, but Oak Crest was 209,000, so we're looking 400,000 less.
400,000 would cover it.
Okay, well, Mr. Klotz is asking for a motion of support.
Make a motion that we move forward on $400,000 in approval for the highway department to pave the subdivisions that Jim discussed. I don't know them right off the top of my head again.
South Point, Forest Hills, Crest Lane, D Drive, and I second that motion.
We have a motion to support the highway department in their future endeavor of, is that 400,000, Brandon? Second by Mr. Masterson. Is there discussion on the motion? I assume you'd want it from general fund, or have you thought about the money, where it come from?
No, I haven't. I assume general fund would make the most sense, but if you got another place you want to go, I'm okay with it. That's your call.
Okay.
I mean, I tend to, generally, we make a recommendation and you make the final decision, but
Okay.
I just, in this case, I leave it up to you guys.
Me personally, I want to dig in to see where we can get it, but I would support it out of the general fund at last resort. The general fund, if we do nothing, since we just put $100,000 more into an expense today, is on pace to have $11.2 million at the end of the year. If we took it out of general, it would be $10.8 million. I would approve your motion of support, knowing that we at least have the general fund to fall back on. So that's the discussion I'm having. Does anyone else want to chime in?
I would agree with you.
Okay, so we have is there further discussion? You've heard the motion. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say same sign. Motion carries.
And the last thing I kind of want to talk about, I know Councilwomen Cox and Johnson were with me at the Morris Park Country Club, week and a half ago. Steve Dahl put on a presentation for 4 counties about what to look for going forward. Well, I think we need to be cautious. I don't think the sky is falling. in Marshall County. So I know you've got a lot of tough decisions to make today. I know highway funding is one of them. I know you've got some concerns. I did talk to Jason, and if you got any questions, he's here. I'd like you to ask him before you get into your budgets, what to expect for the money you're giving him. As far as the question on Biolytics, that will have, I think, 3 or 4 devices that can be moved from vehicle to vehicle, and that way every vehicle, it could be put on any vehicle you want. That was a question that was asked me yesterday. But every vehicle would have access to that information if they're out in their territories fixing and repairing potholes and whatnot. So that's one question. As far as the other, I would let Jason answer that. Road plan is getting close to being done. It's not finalized yet. I really would prefer he not put it out to the commissioners look at it first. And basically, right now, I think you're more concerned about the dollars and what you're going to get for them. So, to some degree, that could be answered today if you so choose. I guess my point is, Marshall County's been very conservative. Frankly, I don't think any of us like what's going on downstate with the wheel tax and some of these other items, But again, the sky is not falling, despite the chatter you hear around from Marshall County. We're different, most of them. I know in the I kind of got on my soapbox up at Morth and kind of bragged on Marshall County a little bit because we had surpluses in our budget. And there's a few gentlemen I understand in the back of the room is ready to get out the pitchforks and torches because they don't have that luxury that we have here. So I guess I just like to be cautioned. We need to balance the budget. You got to cut the $4 million. I get that totally, and we got to do it. But I also think we got to keep in mind that we have statutory obligations while other things may be well intended. We have statutory obligations we have to take care of first. So with that, I pledge to you, I think I can say it for all 3 commissioners, that we might disagree, but at the end of the day, we're going to honor your wishes and do the best we can with what you give us. So, okay? Thank you very much. Yeah, Jason, any questions?
Well, I wanted to add to what you said, Stan. So there are a lot of counties, some of the things that we learned at that luncheon is there's a lot of counties that have really taken every tax they possibly can. And I'm so grateful that Marshall County has not done that before I was in office. And there's a lot of taxes that could be taken, and I don't want to move forward with those. And these counties are the ones that have taken every tax and spent every dime, and now they're really not sure what they're going to do. And what Mr. Dalton explained is he said in 2026, the projection is our revenues will go up. In 2027, our revenues are going to flatline. But in 2028, the projections are that our revenues will go back to what 2025's are. So we're actually going to lose revenues in 2028 if something doesn't change with SB1. We're hoping that our representatives and our senators are listening to us and listening to all of those of us around the state, and we'll go back and do some changes to SB1, especially with the wheel tax. We talked about it before, but basically what's happening is Community Crossings Grant has two different pots now, thanks to Representative Pretzel from the port. And if you don't take a wheel tax, you only get grant match money out of this pot. If you take the wheel tax, then you get grant match money out of the second pot. So that could potentially leave us with not getting quite a bit of grant money. But we're hoping that they'll go back to the table at next session and do some work and hopefully make some changes in that grant, because at the end of the day, that's our tax dollars that they're basically keeping from us.
I think too, if I can piggyback off that second pot of money is going to dry up in 2 years after you pass the tax. You have your own funding mechanism if everybody goes on. Went back down to the state highway money. And it's the same with the safety tax too, talking with other counties when they did the safety tax. And now that all this season's coming up, they're looking at countywide fire and EMS to balance their budgets. And I think that is a terrible idea. So I'm glad we're not in that position either.
And I will also point out that when we go to these conferences, we always hear about the tools they put in our toolbox for us.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as tools in our toolbox. There's more taxes we can implement.
Right.
And fortunately, Marshall County hasn't done that. We've lived within our means.
Yeah.
We've balanced our budgets, and usually we have surpluses. And I know Steve and I talked about that day, that while other people are spending down their balances, we're spending surpluses in most
Yeah.
cases, okay? And again, I agree, and I know we had this discussion, what's the right balance? Where's that line we don't wanna go below, okay? I think we all agree there's a line there. What I would say is, I'm not as concerned about where the money's at, whether it's general fund or rainy day, because in the case of Marshall County, we're not frivolous anyhow. So it doesn't really matter that much to me, okay? So I guess I just want to tell you that I know in the past there's always been issues that while we might disagree with you as commissioners, we're going to honor the authority of the council and do the best we can with what you do. So I just caution, the sky's not falling, okay? Let's keep that in mind. We do have to cut back to 4 million, but that doesn't mean I just don't want to go backwards on our road plan and start falling back to where we was. So that.
We dodged the bullet several years. We have not put road taxes in, lower taxes and all those things. And maybe to our detriment before it's all over, because we've saved all of the money that other people, to refer to what Nicole has said, they've taken those amounts of money, those pots, and they've spent them all, and they still have their weights there, and they really don't have the results that we've had. But as a result of good stewards of money, both with the commissioners and the council over the last several years, we actually have had the surpluses to pull from. Because some people believe that whatever you make, you just spend it all. But at some point, we probably won't be able to dodge all of those bullets. And we're hoping to be able to keep it in check. But I think that with the people that we have working in county government here, that they do think more about the taxpayers than most elected officials do. And I'm not pointing my fingers, but I'm just saying all of the adjoining counties to Marshall County have either a real tax or a lower tax, and we have avoided that, and we've kept the costs where they need to be, and we still have had those improvements without that additional money.
And we have one of the lowest tax rates around.
We do.
County tax rate, and so I think it should be celebrated, not punished.
But we also know, back to the discussion about SB1, that the monies look all right now, and in another couple of years they will. But that third year, that bus is going to throw itself in reverse, and that money is going to dry up somewhere, because even though you're saving on the one end, the assessments are going to come up on the other to offset that. And we just want people to know that that's not our making.
Right.
You know.
Well, basically, what Steve said that day, Steve Dalton, is in 27 there'll be in 26 there'll be an uptick in revenues.
Mm-hmm.
In 27 there'll still be an uptick in revenues, but a slight uptick in revenues. In 28 is when I don't say the bottom's going to fall off, but we'll basically get what we get in 25. So there's 3 years of inflation we'll have to make up somewhere.
But at least we have the reserves to work from. So if you're already at the bottom of the barrel, you'd be really had.
We have reserves.
Right.
Hold on.
Yes.
What's he basing the downturn in 28? Is that off property taxes? Because income taxes, hear me out, have increased 9% a year the past 15 years. Now, I know income tax is not the bulk of our revenue collection in general fund, but income tax and fees should be continuing to do that. If anything, wage inflation will double your income tax collections over 10, 15 years, just that alone. But go ahead.
Well, that's kind of my argument. This guy's not falling like everybody's saying, okay? Because I don't think it's going to be as bad for Marshall County as people are saying, okay? So while we need to be cautious because we're still speculating, the numbers aren't solid. I mean, at least based on trends like you're talking about, Tim, we'll at least have an idea. It shouldn't be as bad as what some are saying. But again, go back to your point, Jim. I was in the hearing on SB1 in last February, the first one in the Senate chambers. And I seen group after group come up to that table with crocodile tears. And everyone had two things in common. They all had crocodile tears. And number two, they all implemented every tax they could get their hands on. They didn't see a tax they didn't like.
Right.
And they either bonded it or spent it before they had it. And now they're in trouble, you know.
You know, the funny part about
didn't do that. That infuriates me that we're being punished for being fiscally responsible because that second pot of money, if they cut us out of it, we paid into that pot.
People want to move here.
I agree, probably only 2 years, but we still paid into that pot.
But Stan, I agree with that. People want to move to Marshall County. The average price of a house in Marshall County is higher than the average price in Kosciuszko County, according to the Indiana Association of Realtors. it's an amazing number. And I looked at that, I thought, this can't be real. They go, oh yeah, these are real numbers. So people want to live here because it's a conservative area, plus the schools are fantastic.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So that's all I want to say.
All right.
To say thank you for what you do, and I know it's a tough job today, but we won't criticize you too hard.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Any more comments?
Wow.
Hello, will you sign in and state your name and address, please?
Connie Gibbs, 15175 Menominee Drive.
Well, you're famous.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but
I think I've seen you on the news
I
before.
think you probably.
Yes, I have. Okay, go for it.
I try to avoid that, but sometimes it is what it is. Our situation is a little unique, whereas we don't have the small lots that everybody else does in PSA 1. We have 1.25 acres.
Mm-hmm.
We set up on a hill, and our septic is behind the house. And we measured, in order to get down to the road, it's 300 feet of piping that they're going to have to put. Plus, because it's behind the house on the top of the hill, we're going to have a pump that moves it down where it could, drain down. So we just really, and my husband he's a vet. He's a disabled vet. He's 25 years commercial truck driver that's getting ready to retire in February. So our funds are going to be limited. And we just really, I listen to all of these people, and it's like, well, we're unique here as much that we can actually put in a new septic system if we needed to, and a better one. But I just wanted to thank you guys for all that you've done for us to help us get this stopped, because this is absolutely ridiculous. And we just really, really, really want this to stop. And we appreciate everything you've done for us, all of you. But I wanted you to understand that we're not all in the same boat, but we do care about our neighbors.
So your $8,000 hookup fee could be 15
or more. And then you've got to, disable your septic system. We have to put in the electric for the pump. You have to do all of that stuff. And we don't want to go to Mr. Masterson and say, can, put our house up for sale. We've been there 9 years. This is where we retired to for permanence. So, we don't want to do that. But we just wanted to let you know that we really appreciate all you've done.
You bet. I'm going to jump off that one too, because I forgot to talk about this. The hookup fees. $8,000 is conservative, I think.
Yeah.
I even have a document from the Whitley County Regional Sewer District that Columbia City 3 years ago is charging a $13,000 hookup fee, to the vicinity, to their regional sewer district. A good estimate was $10,000 to $15,000 by engineers. Okay. So I might as well just say that, the hookup fees could be more than $5 million for your district. They could be $10 million. And I also didn't even include, if they're at $5 million, that's $118,000 with a $22 million bond. You have $130,000 per household if they have the higher cost. Again, there's a lot of comparable data that shows that the cost in this sewer district is going to be high per home. Not everyone's going to need the Cadillac, of sewer systems or septic systems out there. I mean, you take 620 homes, you're going to have a lot of people whose septic's going to be fine for many, many years. I don't see the average. Just my, I don't see the average septic cost in my analysis being $46,000 per home.
Right.
Average septic, okay. And if that were the case, though, the cost of the district would be almost $29 million. If that's the case, but do you want to spend $29 million for septic in the next 35 years, or do you want to spend $80 million with sewer? I mean, the cost is potentially ridiculously high with sewer. It's so inefficient. I can't believe we're even discussing going forward with that project.
Yeah, we were just curious because we sat so far up off the hill, how far it was, and then when we measured, it was like, if it's $100 a foot, holy moly, on top of everything else. It's just crazy.
It's funny, I had talked to somebody from Whitley County who was in that sewer district, and they were similar to what you were saying, 300 foot off the road, and they paid twice what everybody else paid to hook up
Exactly.
between the fees and everything else.
Up, and then, you
Yeah.
know, if you get people with exemptions, we're gonna have to cover their costs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you anyway.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comments in the back? Then you go.
Two things real quick. I believe the figure you were talking about, that was 21 million. My name's Wendy Miller. I live in
Can you,
Can't hear you.
sign in right there? And I'm not the greatest of, I don't have the greatest of hearing, so.
Okay.
you can-
Isn't that a little better?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Wendy Miller. I live in North Township.
Okay.
Two things. You were talking about the cost of the sewer going up. One of the more recent figures I've seen is 26 million from the original 21 million. So we're already accelerating pretty rapidly on that.
Well, again, and I appreciate that because in LaPorte County, it's in the public record that the original costs in 2021 have been updated to increase a 26% increase, which is roughly what you're saying.
It tracks with that very well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which overall household costs are going up. So I think we can all understand how those numbers are going up like that. That doesn't make them more affordable, obviously. The other thing that I wanted to ask you was, did IDEM give you a sense of their process or their time frame for making their decision? Did they say what would be involved, who has to talk to who, or a time frame?
I can answer that. It's never been done before.
Right.
But again, it should have never been put in the first place. So we need to get rid of the district because it should have never, ever been formed in the first place. That's the way I see it, you know? When you make a mistake, you know, you refund people their money, you give them a rebate, and you just give them their, money back.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, for us, though, we'd have to probably come up with a $1.3 million payoff. I don't think they like the idea of having a debt out there that no one would be responsible for, because if the district gets dissolved, the bank, I guess, is holding the note, and would they want to do that to a financial institution? I mean, I don't know. That's the cost of holding money. Sometimes there's a risk involved, but my gut is we're going to have to probably pay that thing in order to get their blessing.
Do they know that we would pay that if we would shut this down?
Well,
That was in our resolution.
it was in the
It was in
resolution.
both resolutions saying that we would be willing to pay it, because that was the first question that IDEM asked us. If this gets dissolved, what are you gonna do about the outstanding loan?
I gotta say, that sickens me because $1.3 million could fix a lot of roads. $1.3 million can do a lot of good. Again, we formed a district back in 2022. They were interested about this. They were interested in knowing what the premise was for the district. And we talked about E. coli in the headwaters of Yellow River. Well, there's no link to E. coli in the Yellow River to failing septic systems. There's just no link. Where's the proof? Like I said a week or two ago, it can come from multiple sources. Combined sewer overflows. That's actually city sewer dumping in, sewage in the river. It could just be from illegal dumping. And there are people who do not have a septic system hooked up. They're piping it right into a field tile or right into a ditch. So septic actually could be the solution. But again, I think the district was based off a big stretch. And to do 13 countywide districts, what would it cost? I believe $200-300 million, seriously, $200 to $300 million, in order to put together a sewer system for a problem that doesn't exist. So.
And it sounded like to me too, when you were describing the SRF, like they're really kind of attached to the idea of loaning us money.
They're attached to what?
The idea of loaning us money.
That's their
He
job.
also said he works very closely with JPR. So I think there's a lot of relationship
It
there.
speaks for itself,
Hmm.
yeah.
That's not.
Which is okay. We all work together, but we have to be aware of those conflicts
Right.
Yep.
coming in and who's going to say what because why. I think that's important to note as well.
And I'm going to beat a dead horse on this SRF. I am. $10.4 million for 102 homes, $5 million free money, your tax dollars, $3.1 million of interest-free loan at a cost of $102,000 a home. Is that good use of tax dollars? That's terrible use. And so if they want to give us $5 million, for 100 homes. I say, why don't you give us $5 million and we'll fix our septics, okay? We'll solve the problem, you know, that you say exists, but we'll do it at a much lower cost, so.
We don't need to tear everything up to address the issue, I don't think. Presuming there is an issue, and I think we would all know if we had a huge issue. But I'm interested in more of the facts on that, so I'm going to follow up with the health department, try to look at what they've got and make sense of it for myself.
Okay, you said with the health department, it's just.
They did. Wasn't there a study that they did that they're basing some of the?
Well, there have been some recent tests at the lakes that show that the water is clean.
Yeah. So I want to see all of that just for myself because I am an RN and I do have an interest in public health as well. I don't work in that sector at all, but these are my people, so I like to watch out for them as well from a public health standpoint, and also access to care standpoint. I'd love to see the money go there, because we have a problem with that here. Yeah. So I'd like to see access to healthcare in general get some funding, rather than this particular project. So that's my personal take on it.
Okay.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Bill, I believe you're next.
Bill Woodward, 12094 Peach Road. So last week I went to Goshen and I visited with a contractor who installs different types of aerobic systems, basically the sledgehammer. I picked his brain on different things, and he said, and I asked him about abandoning a septic system and hooking up, and he said typically what he experiences is it's anywhere between $12,000 to $15,000 your typical hookup to a sewer system.
12 to 15?
12 to 15. So somebody's abandoning their system, and he does the whole thing and he hooks them up. So he said typically, and I said, well, is that including the grinder pump? And he said, that includes the grinder pump. He said, so if you take that out, he said, you're going to be in 8 to 12 almost all the time, if not more. He said, now, if somebody has to put in a lift pump or do something else, he said, obviously that's going to go up a couple $1,000s or more. So, I've been saying all along that, I've got a neighbor that the cheapest it's going to be for him is $6,000, and it could go up to 20 for some people. And he agreed. He said, yeah, some people it's going to be in the $20,000 range just to hook up. And he said 6. He says, I don't really see anybody hooking up for 6. He said, but it's possible, So the numbers I've been saying all along, he confirmed. And I saw 2 systems that were installed to these sledgehammers, one that was a new installation and one that was existing that they just recently installed. And mind you, these are the drop-in kind, so if somebody's got a good tank, they can drop them in. Now, the one system had a leaking tank, so they put in a new tank and put it in. And then the other one was the system was good, but they put it in. And he said there's several ways to solve it. If somebody's got a system that, just needs that, he said, yeah, $6,000, $7,000, but if they need to have their leach field cleaned out and go through that whole thing, he said 8-ish, maybe 9,000 to solve that system. And they have different things they can do to clean up a leach field that's showing signs of stress or starting to pond. And they go in and they jet it, they clean them out, and then they suck all that out, they clean the D-box, and then there's other things they can do along with that. But, still he's talking, $8,000 to $10,000 they can fix most systems, okay? And he said there are going to be the exceptions where somebody's going to need a new system or they're going to need to go in and take the tank out and put in a tank and do things. He said, but typically health departments work with them, because it's an existing home and they might not have a legal system to start with. They might have a dry well or something coming out of their tank into dry well instead of a leach field. And those typically are looked at different because the system isn't a legal system to start with. So they have to do things, but the health department works with them, especially in small lots and stuff. So my next thing is to go see a really small lot that has issues that he's going to fix, but it's doable and it's a lot cheaper than a sewer system, and that's basically what he said, these guys are the #1 contractor and installer for sledgehammer in the northern Indiana region. And so it was a lot of good information. And I posted his phone number and website on the Facebook page that we have. So if anybody, and I put in there, anybody wanted information, and he's willing to answer or go out and look at people's systems if people have
questions on whether their system needs repairs or anything. He said he will get together and do inspections for people. He would, and their inspections, when they come out and talk to somebody, it's confidential from the standpoint he does not have to tell the health department anything unless it's a failed system, I should say. So if somebody just wants to know how their system's doing, or they're starting to see signs of stress, to have somebody come out and inspect it, it doesn't go back to the health department, so you can find out if you really need repairs or how bad your system is or what it's going to cost. You can get that done without having the health department say, "Oh yeah, you got to do this." It's not like that, you know. I mean, there's a lot of people that are afraid to have an inspection because they're afraid whatever they find is going to go back to the health department, and that's not true. And the health department has contacted him because I said that it's confidential, and they understand that he's not hiding anything. He's just going out and helping people, and if there truly is a failed issue, that, you know, that would be a different story. But for the most part, people can get an inspection without having the health department know what that inspection is. It's private, basically. So those are the things that I found out this last week. Thought maybe you'd just be interested in it. And at the same time, sitting here listening to everything that you guys do, I appreciate everything all of you do. It's more involved than I think most people realize. You know, you're going out and you're visiting things, you're going to meetings, and you're talking with different contractors about this or that, or different suppliers, and people don't realize how involved it is. And so I just want to say thank you to all of you for everything you do for the county, not just the sewer issue, but everything you do for the county. So,
appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any
I have
questions?
a question, yeah. And I know it hasn't been that long, but have you talked to anybody who's tried to look at repairing or replacing their septic system around the lakes yet? And what kind of help they've gotten from the health department?
Yeah, I haven't recently. There's some rumors. I've talked to a couple people that they had personal friends that tried to do things or wanted to do things, and they got resistance from the health department, but that's not since our last couple meetings. And so I would imagine that the health department is looking more to get on board and look at things. I know their attitude is still sewer, so they've been resistant on the septic issue. I'm hoping that changes. I'm hoping they look at, okay, so if it does go away, things are definitely going to have to change. And even if it doesn't, the people that are in immediate need, there has to be some cooperation and understanding for those people, whether the sewer goes through or not. I mean, if you've got an issue now, you need to solve it now. You can't wait 2-3 years, you know, and milk this thing down or go on a pump and haul or whatever, you know. So
I think the sewer board kind of kept things in limbo with the sewers, because if you had a failing system, you wouldn't want to put in a new septic system right now. If you'd be connecting to sewer, and turn around and spend $40,000 to get hooked up and everything else, and now that that's headed the other direction, I was just wondering if people would move forward and how the health department's response would be to helping them correct their issues.
And I've heard from quite a few people that, you know, if they had any issues now, they're afraid to do anything because of that. Because the attorney for the sewer board has said, you know, that if you get an inspection and your system passes, you will get an exemption. But on the other hand, JPR has said it's only 3 to 5% get the exemptions. The attorney for the sewer board has also said that the 10-year rule that your septic has to be 10 years or newer, he said that's changed. I have not seen that in IDM's ruling yet or statutes. I've looked at that, and it still has not shown up in their statutes online, so I've really questioned that, whether he's got some bad information or whether it's true, and if it's true, they need to change that. But even at that, if you start giving exemptions to everybody that has a full working system, most of the people out there would get an exemption. To be honest, you know? And I think the exemptions are people that are 10 years or newer, if they're going to give them, because they're going to have a hard time fighting those people.
Yeah.
But people are afraid to do anything. I got a friend who asked me to come over and look at her. She had it pumped, and there was a couple of questions, and so the contractor said, well, you need to this or that. And she said, well, why don't I just go ahead and do a system? If I do, am I going to get the exemption if it goes through? And I said, You should, but the sewer board has the final. According to IDEM, the sewer board has the final say, not the health department, which is the scary fact. So they could all get exemptions if they really wanted to, you know, but they could deny everybody else. So they're going to deny everybody down to 3 to 5% to keep that monthly service fee down.
Right.
So the people with good systems aren't going to get exemptions. I mean, that's just, you can't do that. Otherwise, the health department would be full of requests for permits now if everybody had a bad system or needed repairs or failing, you know, I mean, and it's not theirs, so that means most of them are working. So how do you say you're going to give exemptions to the most of them that are not working? Now instead of $200 a month for somebody, it's $4, $5, $6 because half the people have dropped out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I mean, where does it really make sense? Any more questions?
More comments, questions?
Thank you all for
Thank you.
everything you do. Thank you.
Okay, 10:15, happy to hear more public input, if there's any other public input. Chair sees none. I lost my agenda. Are we at the end? I'm not ready for lunch yet, so why don't we just take a recess and then come back at 10:30? You guys okay with that? Is that too long?
Maybe.
10:25?
Break.
Take a 10-minute recess and we'll be back for our budget hearing.
All right. fine.
We might be lying.
I don't know, I think we are, it's kind of echoey.
There's more down here.
These are good.
I'll pass these again.
No, I got them.
You better share.
No, I got them.
Okay, then we are back on.
Paperwork that needs signed.
Yeah, paperwork that you signed.
Paperwork that needs signed.
Oh my golly, it's right in front of me.
There's quite a few.
I don't want to take it home. I may have done that before. I may have done that before.
You were the culprit?
I might have been.
But you don't know for sure?
Kind of like the computer.
Kind of like the computer, yeah.
Kind of like the computer.
Just hang it out and take it with you.
All right, let's wait for these guys here. All right, we're back. Let's get started with the budget. Second reading where we make some adjustments. Let's do it. Okay. So, page number 1.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, on our agenda.
My gosh. You're right. Okay. I stand corrected again. I don't have that paperwork in front of me. Do you guys have?
It was in your packet.
Okay. Can I borrow that? Yes, please. I've shuffled it around. Okay.
What do you do without me?
I don't know. Is Mary Ann here? Mary Ann, would you just come up? Just tell us. Yeah, I do. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm back.
What you got for us?
We have our 2026 budget proposal. It's been approved by our board. Not much has changed. The costs are going up as usual. One couple things going up or changing for us. We are giving a 3% raise for our employees this year, basically a cost of living raise. We are also asking for $50,000 in capital improvements this year. Our depot is basically one big open room. We've got it zoned off with some warehouse shelving, but at this point we don't have a way to lock away our cash box or keep the public out of our room where we're doing chemical sorting. And with the amount of people we have coming through the facility, we feel like it's time to create some physical barriers for safety and security. The depot has basically been the same for about 20 years. It has not been. We have not done any additional interior building at all. So this will be the first time in 20 years we've actually done any kind of improvements on the inside. So we're hoping to accomplish that this year. I do want to point out we had a tire amnesty day for the first time ever as a district. We collected over 2,300 waste tires from Marshall County residents in one day,
Wow.
the hottest day of the year, of course. And we had help, obviously, from Liberty Tire and their employees, but it was a great day. It was just a really great day. So we were excited about that.
I'm excited that they won't be burnt instead of.
Exactly. And there's a lot of tire burning and trash burning still happening here in our county, unfortunately. And I was also, I was gratified
when I heard that we had found West Nile virus in Marshall County, and in northern Indiana, I thought, well, there's 2,300 tires that are not going to be harboring mosquito larvae. So that was a good feeling. Do you guys have any questions for me at all about the budget or about our services?
Well, I was trying to find your fiscals. What's your cash balance? Do you know what that is right now?
Our cash balance is, gosh, I wish I'd brought that with me.
It has right here in your flyer. Is that your cash balance?
That was last year. Yeah. Currently, we're sitting at about 500,000, approximately. And I apologize for not bringing that with me.
Is there a phone number for this one? I can't remember. No phone number.
They do their own.
Yeah.
They're their own separate unit with their own board, so you are the fiscal body to approve their budget.
Right.
And we are the submitter for that, but it is not a fund.
Right.
Okay. All right.
We're special that way. Special.
Yeah, you are special. Okay. Questions, comments?
Marion, what are you thinking for your site improvements? You have some things that are like deferred maintenance there, or what are you thinking?
So what we would like to do is enclose our office area. Right now, the guys have all of their office area is completely open. Anybody could walk in there, which worked well 10 years ago.
Right.
But now that we have sometimes 100 people a day coming through the facility, it's just not secure enough for the fees that we collect and for their personal belongings and some of our equipment. And we also find that the area where we collect and sort and get and ship household hazardous waste is also open to the public. And it's getting very difficult to manage I hate to say this, but people do not obey our signs.
Really?
Believe it or not. When we say you can't come in here, they come in. And when we say you have to have the proper PPE, they still wander in their sandals. So trying to manage keeping that area separate and safe, I think we're going to have to go to actually a physical wall and some doors to make sure that people are staying out of there and staying safe, because the thing that concerns me the most is that someone is going to walk in there, not have situational awareness, trip over something, run into something, pick something up they're not supposed to pick up, before we can get to them to say, don't do that.
You're talking the warehouse itself.
Right. Yeah.
And the office itself, is it conducive to what you need for confidentiality?
Our office building is fine. It's actually creating a smaller office, enclosed office area in the depot itself.
Good.
So that we can lock that door, we can keep the fees secure and keep.
We have garage doors as well too.
I'm sorry?
You have like garage doors out there as well.
Right, yeah.
It'd be hard to.
Yeah, we have, it's a catch-22 because the guys have to be able to access the outside, but yet trying to keep people out when, so that they're staying safe, and yet we have to work with them to bring stuff in. So it's tricky sometimes.
Closing it off, is that going to cause like heat and cold issues, or?
We are going to have, we hope to put some heating in the small office area for the staff.
The air conditioning?
We probably will. I think what we're going to do is put a split unit in there so we can cool it off for them. That's another issue. It is sometimes at least 85 degrees in the recycle depot on hot summer days. So the guys don't really catch a break. It's hot. Some summer days, and so trying to keep the airflow moving and give them a little bit of a break would be helpful.
So do you take in a lot of cash there, or you mentioned
we do not keep cash in the depot, we keep under $500 in the depot at all times. We don't let it accumulate. We make sure we get it to the bank so that we don't have a huge amount. But still, it's a worry. It's, sometimes if we take in a lot of
big televisions in one day, or if we take in a couple refrigerators, there are some things we have to charge fees for. And so, you know, we just don't like to have, I don't like to have that money sitting there, you know, possibly accessible. And, you know, we secure it, it's in a cash box, it's in the back, it's locked, but
Just checks and cash that you take, you don't have credit cards.
no, there's no credit card or anything, it's just checks and cash.
I need to make a motion.
Any questions or comments?
They do a great job out there, Marianne. Thank you.
I have great people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next budget is for the tourism, Mercer County Tourism. And we have it on our monitors.
Do we need to make motions and approve these budgets, Angie, or it's just for your information?
This is when you approve at the next meeting.
Gotcha.
And then you'll take these in.
Okay.
I don't believe anyone's here for tourism. They reached out and I had made them aware of today, but I know they had some changes in their board, so I'm not sure if anyone's here.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll move on. To the county's budget.
I had questions for that too. I'll just have to
You
reach
have
out.
questions?
I had questions for tourism, so I guess I'll just have to reach out.
Okay.
Is that is there the tourism budget, we just approved that when it comes, is that page you just had, is that on the portal?
Yes.
It is, okay, all right.
Okay. All right. Guess move on. I have it. Marshall County's budget, starting with the commissioners, page 1.
With the orange.
Why are the commissioners first? Yeah, special, huh? All right. Page 1. Before we start disclosing this information, please keep in mind that we had $20.5 million of general fund budget requests. That's not sustainable, my opinion. Last year's adopted budget, I believe, was about 15.6 million, so roughly the request this year, almost $5 million more. So it was my thoughts, in order to keep roughly an $11 million balance next year, we have to have $3 million of cuts of, and these aren't cuts, they're reductions in requests, okay? The reality is the adopted budget is likely to increase compared to this year, so. With that, let's get started. I will just go down the page and read. Now, I know some of y'all have worked, a couple of groups of you worked. I got together with some, and we can always do additionals next year, but we have $3 million at least, in my opinion, to cut unless you guys feel differently.
I would agree with you.
Okay. Okay. I guess that's the question. Where would you like to see the money be, you know, at the end of the year or projected anyway? We do have to factor in if we do, if the sewer district is dissolved, you gotta look at 1.3, probably 1.5 million. You know, that's something to take into consideration.
I wanted to share too, during the presentation that we went to with Stan, after that, St. Joe County adopted a 0% increase for their employees and are on a budget or a hiring freeze as well. So they're taking it very seriously. We feel like we don't have to take it quite that seriously, but
Okay.
we needed to cut.
The first one, a reduction, on my page, office supplies.
What line down?
Page 1.
Halfway down.
Just halfway down, roughly.
Your second screen.
Office supplies goes from 15,000 to 14,000.
Yeah.
Stone, gravel, and aggregates, I put the reductions in, drops to 150,000. bituminous.
We're actually updating in real time on Gateway, so if you can give us a minute.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you're taking Stony Ground, so I'm sorry, what?
150.
You're taking it to 150 or reducing?
To 150.
To 150.
So it's at 450 now. Okay.
Yeah, so
Mr. President, could I suggest if you guys are willing to do these as additionals this year instead of putting in the next year's budget, you could zero these if you want to give it to.
can you come up to the mic, please?
I would suggest, I know we've talked to some of you guys about this already, that some of these supplies for the highway department, it makes a lot of sense to get those ahead of the paving season so that we can know exactly what we're going to do and put some plans together and hit the ground running. So if you guys are willing to give us the stone and bituminous as additional appropriations before the end of the year coming out of our surpluses rather than to budget them for next year, you could zero these line items.
Isn't that kind of just like robbing Peter to pay Paul, though? Because then we'll go into the year.
Right, but it's basically what we've been doing for the past 5 years. It's just we set the budget and then we do additionals, and instead of doing it then additional next year, it would just be an additional this year. So it's up to you guys. But you know, if what we're looking to do is to get a balanced budget for next year, you know, we know we've been spending out of the surpluses, and that would be one way to do it. So.
Well, so how about I suggest this and y'all can agree or disagree. Let's get through today. I do think we may have to come back for an additional second reading, or we need to see where we're at after today and then come back on third with some solid numbers. Today is still a rough draft day. I don't think this budget's going to be easy like the last couple ones, because we're looking at $5 million additional requests from last year's adopted budget. So, and I don't want to be arbitrary, and I know we could probably give it some more consideration. I definitely don't want to shortchange highway.
Yep, and obviously that's almost $1.4 million right there. So we could take care of more than a quarter of those cuts right there if you guys wanted to do those as additionals this year.
Well, definitely for consideration. Thank you. Okay.
You're taking stone to 150.
Yeah.
And then bituminous.
Yeah.
We did 200.
Again, let's see where we're at the end of the day, and then we can make adjustments next meeting, or we can recess and come back in 2 weeks or something like that. Let's just see where we're at. Bituminous down to $200,000.
And those are for the same reasons that he brought up.
What's that?
You're reducing it $1 million. Is that the same reasons that the commissioner just brought up?
We don't know yet.
Well, again, for budget year 2026, right now, we've got to shave at least $3 million, in my opinion.
I'm just trying to.
Looking at the numbers in a month to see where we'd be at, you know, with extra cash balances, you know, again, we just ponied up $400,000, presumably out of general fund, but maybe not. We'll see where we can get it from. You know, I just want Angie, have we had a number from the state yet on what our expected revenues would be for?
Yeah, that information has been in the portal.
What's that?
The estimated revenues have been in the portal. All that information is uploaded.
I was under the impression it wouldn't be till October.
Lit numbers are not until October, the hard numbers.
That's what I'm concerned about.
Right, that, we won't get those until after you've adopted the budget. And that's how it's been historically.
Okay. Okay, moving on. Professional services gets a $5,000 reduction to $75,000.
We gotta let her get to the next page.
Legal services gets reduced to $150,000.
Hold on a second. Amy's gotta catch up.
Yeah, hang on.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
To do it in real time.
This will give you an opportunity to see where you're actually at after your cuts.
Yeah. Did you get the legal? I didn't see that. Yep, you did. Okay. Postage goes to 80,000.
Now, do they cover the postage for the county?
Yes.
I did see that postage did go down.
It did?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I didn't see
So they dropped it from 78 cents to 73 cents for a stamp, and I don't know how that's gonna affect both mailing and not-for-profits. I don't know how that affects. Any other thoughts on page 1? Page 2, legal advertisement, hasn't been used that much. We thought we'd drop it to 5,000. Question on utilities. Actually, I was wishing you guys could help me out on that. It says you only spent 30% roughly of your budget for the first half, and you're asking for 365. You guys want to help me on that one?
We didn't really cut it because we got the new building coming in, if we have to pay for the,
Health department?
Health department, yeah, right now, there was talk about splitting over the health department. But yeah, and part of that has to do with the jail. Oh, I'm sorry.
Come on up.
I was wondering if you had any contracts that were coming in at the end of the year, perhaps that you did annually or something. That's why only 29% was spent.
No, that originally was set years ago, and we kind of followed off of that. I'm sure it could be cut a little bit, but we just don't know what's coming. Utility, electric's going through the roof, and that's one of the reasons we didn't cut it. I'm sure we're good there. Okay, I would truly believe we're good there, and it probably could be cut a little bit, but I just don't know what to tell you of what electric and gas prices are going to do going forward. And like I said, with the building, you're looking at another 15,000 probably, that new building. So, I mean, the idea was to split that cost with the health department. If we put a department in there, but then there's been some push, there's no decision made yet how that's going to work, whether the health department's going to pay all that out of their budget, or we're going to be sharing that at this point.
Electric has already increased, so.
Exactly.
It's gas.
Exactly. So that's the reason we didn't cut that much. It probably could, but we just didn't. We waited for your scalpel.
Hopefully this task force can do some good.
You what?
Hopefully the governor's utility task force will.
We can just have the health department unplug their refrigerators for a couple weeks, right? Money.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You might as well stay put. I'm sure I'm gonna have another question.
Yeah, stay put, yeah. Just looking at the trash. If I'm not mistaken, you probably have reduced these utilities from 22 to 23. I think we put some of that on the jail lit, if I'm not mistaken. That's why the number went down substantially. So we cut that to 16,000 on trash hauling and recycling. Community crossings.
Can I ask you, did you make any changes to utilities?
What's that?
You didn't say anything. Did you make
We didn't touch it.
Okay.
We didn't touch it. I'll agree because the electric bills have gone up quite a bit.
Hey Tori, the trash hauling is 16,000.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Trash is 16. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to be looking at my paper, so if you guys kept the monitor, that would be appreciative. We can reduce community crossings match down to $333,334. 333,334. Because technically it's all repeating threes, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. That's because the state reduced the match from 25 to 20%. Any others on page 2, guys? Y'all can chime in. I don't have to be the only guy doing this. Burial, soldiers and sailors, and I appreciate everyone who did the pencil and sharpening and the days before and cut these numbers. Burial, soldiers and sailors dropped it to 10,000. We've never had anything near that. We're just okay. Capital outlay, building. What's that one for, Stan? Is that for?
That was the. Oh, it was the Bolin building, we had two places we could choose. It could either be funded through general fund or through, what was page 6, Cume Cap.
Yeah.
And we decided Cume Cap.
That's right.
So,
Twice, and that way you guys have the choice wherever you want to take it from.
So that would be 0 for capital outlay, Tori. Because we're gonna keep it in Cume Cap. Okay. That's it with page 3. I have nothing on page 4 unless anyone else wants to. Okay. So it looks like we reduced it by $1.8 million. Is that right? Started with 8.452, dropped it to 6.864. Roughly minus 1.8.
And can we back up to where you talked about stone by 2 minutes? Another reason we've always done this in the past, because by buying the stone this year, we catch the price breaks, because there will be a price increase January 1st. And the last 2 years, they've warned us because of all the construction around here with everything's going on with Big Carlisle, the EV plant down in Kokomo, that stone could be in short supply. So just keep that in mind. I'm not saying I agree with Jesse. If you guys want to do that, buy it this year and zero it next year, that's fine.
Why don't you come up with a number for us to consider at next meeting?
We can do that.
And then we can do that. I don't know when the appropriation request has to come in, but.
Well, basically, again, I would just ask for a verbal, because we have to get the stone ordered and get it here so we can pay for it by December 31st if you give us an additional, so.
What are we looking at the potential increase? Doing
stone?
Yeah.
It's generally a percentage, but I can't tell you what it is. I know Jason's still here. Did he leave? Yeah. Jason, what's normally the increase on stone? And how many tons do we buy normally a year?
Roughly $4,000 to $6,000.
Yeah. Jason just said usually 25 to 35 cents a ton, and normally we'll buy 4,000 to 6,000. So that would be the increase. While it's not huge, it's still.
I mean, I guess I would want to look at your local road and street numbers, see where we get this money before I just say where we're going to get it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. And I will remind Councilman Shattuck that I actually got this idea from you.
Yeah.
So.
We're okay with that. That's what you guys choose to do.
Yeah.
I like the idea to set them up so they know ahead of time right now where they can, and then the next year you get surpluses and you already know what you can or can't do. If you have a little short, then you know ahead of time. We can't plan much on roads or whatever, you know.
Okay. Well, what you were saying though, you have to spend it by the end of the year, so
right.
This is irrelevant. It's kind of irrelevant right here. This is for next year's budget, unless they commit to it and pay for it next year, I suppose.
Don't you pass that one?
Okay.
And I think we'd have to spend the money and take delivery before January 1st in order to.
If you give us some money this year.
Right.
Satisfy the state board of accounts.
Okay.
It's just looking ahead this year on next year's expenditures that you know you don't have to spend money for that. We got it. And I'm sure, like you're saying, planning to be around the 11 million mark at the end of the year. We got surpluses in there that we could use at before the end of the year. Already prepped for next year.
That'd be a really good idea for 27 for budget too. You actually hit the numbers we would be.
Well, I think last year we only had like a total of two was just under $1 million in the budget last year. So this year's budget was quite a bit higher. But yeah.
And there's other places to get the money too. I mean, we had talked about maybe moving some of that interest money out of some accounts. So,
and again, that's your choice. We're just throwing ideas out here.
Yeah, and we do have a Board of Finance meeting scheduled right now, right? So I think we're going to make that decision.
At the next meeting, isn't it?
After the next commissioner's meeting, I think, yeah.
okay. Well, again, I would think you should put together a number of what you're looking for next year. I mean, it's hard for me to just say right now what we should do with this, other than
we can do that.
Do you guys have any thoughts or comments on that? Or?
Have to cut even more though if you put it in.
What's that?
You pay for it this cycle and then that would come off the next cycle, but.
That's all you're doing is shifting the burden back into this year and taking it off of next year, so you balance your budget. Really, either way, we're okay with whatever you want to do.
Well, like I said, I'd like to get through today, see where we're at, and then make some better decisions based on the numbers after today.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Stay there, I guess. Actually, I think we're done with the commissioner's budget. We do move on to drainage board.
Caps ours
Oh,
too.
you got more?
What's that? Caps ours too. We want to see caps on them.
All right.
Let's do drainage board, let's stay in order.
No,
Drainage board.
in all honesty, I gotta forget, we're not going by the booklet, we're going by this.
No, go by the book.
Well, and right, it is by this. It says drainage board. You're right. This says, all right.
I just don't want you jumping, because you're gonna mess me up.
I'm not jumping. I just didn't have the agenda in front of me. Drainage board, page 5. For some odd reason, I said, let's just drop legal from 5 to 4, because I don't think they've ever used it, so. Everyone gets a haircut.
I know.
Okay. Drainage board, got it? Okay, all right. Anything else? Page 6, Q cap. We've got your capital outlay in the building there. I understand, can we put an increase? They want to increase a line item. Can we do that now?
Yeah, they wanted the patcher in there for 105.
That's already there.
It's already there.
That was after the last meeting that was added in and advertised.
Thank you.
Why you pass
What was that, Angie? What was it? Okay. Okay.
So you're budgeted for 1.2 million. That's pretty much what your revenues should be in that vicinity.
Yeah.
In the vicinity.
Yeah.
And there is a surplus in that fund, right?
Yeah, it's
And the Bowen building, the health department does have that budgeted in their fund as well. When Lisa Lexinger was still here for that short time, she got permission from the state to use the 2024 carryover money and the 2026 money. So you've got like 65,000 out of the health department of the 100,000 that you need.
Okay.
So if you want to reduce the 75,000, you have that ability. You can leave it where it's at, but you do have that ability to reduce the 75,000.
You're talking about for that building? To the 75?
Yes.
Don only told me you had 10%, and that's why.
It's 10%, but they had to get permission for the carryover money from 24 that was not spent, and they did get permission for that, so it was advertised. So a little over $65,000 was advertised, and that's what can be spent towards the Bowen building, or the 990 Illinois Street. So you only need about 35,000.
Can I ask you, is there enough money there to pay everything we're doing today? Because Doc was putting that all together. The generators and the upgrades we've done to the HVAC units.
I would have to look and see. I really could not give an answer for that right now.
I didn't know if that was a part of it or not.
Reduce that to 35.
That's my gut says just leave it,
Okay.
because there's gonna be other things that's gonna need to be done. It's capital outlay in buildings, and the fund can support it.
I think that's what Stan was talking about though, if they had money for what the other stuff they were doing.
Right.
He said he did when we did it, so that's all I can tell you.
I think we leave it, that's my vote.
What'd you say?
The fund can, I think we just leave it at the 75,000, the fund can support it, and, who knows what's gonna come up with that building.
I think, I just got a report a little bit ago, where NIPS goes there today, we're almost done with everything, so we should have the bills in where we're at. Doc did say he had, the money, he'd raised the money. This is back when Lisa was there to pay for these things, because we had quotes ahead of time or proposals. So that's all I can tell you.
I have to double back though. So, however, if they leave it, can't health department then spend the $65,000 on something else, or no? It can only be for a building or capital?
It can only be a capital outlay, and the state has to give permission on how that money is spent. So they've given permission to spend it for that
For the
specific
building.
purpose. Mhm.
Okay.
Can we say, like, we want the health department's budget spent first, and then what's left can be taken out of capital outlay and. Okay.
All right, I guess that's the deal.
That was always the intention of doing that, Nicole.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Do we have another payment left on that in the future year, or is this the?
26 and 27.
Okay.
Now, if you want, we can go ahead and pay extra this year, so you have less of a payment next year. If we got the extra in the 75. I mean, it's interest-free money, but you have that option if you want to do it. If we did that, there wouldn't be much to pay in 27 until Doc took his 10% out. So, but I'll leave that up to you guys. You can make that decision later.
Think on it.
I like later.
Yeah.
I like later. I'd rather the health department spend that money, but I like later. Okay. Anything for the Cume Cap budget discussion? I guess we didn't touch it. All right, now getting back to my agenda. Dental, medical self-insurance, page 7. Did not touch it. Anybody want to touch it?
Isn't that the one we need to add?
Yeah. Yes. They already did. Pecori or whatever.
Pecori, was that added?
Yes.
Got it.
It's there.
Got it. Dental benefits, page 8. I see nothing. County IBD.
We did nothing.
Nothing. You gonna stick around for buildings and grounds?
Yeah.
Wanna do that one? Page 10, buildings and ground, general fund. I gotta talk about this HVAC system. Looks like repairs, building instruction. I mean, that one jumps up to 525. Help me out with that one, because are we trying to coordinate
I think what that is.
The heating and cooling.
I think the 200,000 for these, for this building for them controls. Did we put that into that? Why that 525?
How old is the system? Because why invest 200,000 into a system that might be replaced in 5 or 10 years?
This one?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how old the system is.
I can't answer that. I don't know. All I know is they're fighting it all the time to keep the temperature control in this building, to keep it even. You have one floor.
How do they control it? Is there a thermostat?
He's got his computer over there. He's always going in there and trying to manual override things. The way I understand it, we'll have one floor. Help me here. We'll have one floor freezing, and the next floor is baking. People are sweating.
Okay, I can appreciate the desire to control it better, but I can't look at $275,000 to control it better. So there's got to be a better way. Seriously, just pay someone to install thermostats or something like that. There's got to be a better way.
That might be an option. My understanding, there's very few companies that can install these thermostat or these controls, so we're kind of limited to who we can go to. So that's part of the problem.
You guys' thoughts? I just
we can try to look for something else.
I just.
How old are they again? The system?
How old is the system? How old is the system? You know?
I do not know.
Sounds like we're going to need to give a comprehensive presentation to the council on this topic, and
I mean, we're talking about spending $200,000 to $275,000 just to control it, and I understand it's important. Trust me, it's important. But gosh, you could pay someone to control it on a computer.
My understanding is we're limping along, trying to make it work, and if it does go out, this building's going to be in trouble, depending on the season.
And
then what do we do?
And it may make more sense for us just to replace the system.
I don't know.
It might.
We can look at all that.
I mean, I just sounds like a lot of money for a control system. Mm-hmm. So, I guess with that, I recommended just cutting it. I took 275 off and took it back to 250.
Well, can I caution you too? We have an extra building now with 990 Illinois, and we originally went to 300,000 from 250 to 3, and then we added the controls in this. So
You guys wanna go to 3? Just drop it? I mean, that's fair, that's reasonable.
Yeah.
We would take 225 off, you guys,
And I think.
in my opinion, it's reasonable.
And I'll tell you, to be honest, 2 to 2 1/4 is kind of what controls we thought was gonna cost. We didn't go out and ask for proposals or anything like that because we weren't to that point until we talked to you guys. But yeah, that was the ballpark figure we had in mind. So if we go back to 300, I think that's reasonable.
It just sounds like this is an older HVAC system, because if you can't get certain type of parts to, I mean, I don't know, I could be wrong, I have no idea.
All I know is Billy's told me it's limited who can replace these.
Okay.
Did you guys bring lunches for everybody?
So what?
Did you guys bring lunches for everybody? I'm sitting here, we're getting hungry.
Have some.
Chair stand.
Just eating you.
All right, so I guess she's got it in at 300,000. So if you guys are fine leaving it at 300, I'm fine as well. So now we're down to about $2 million in cuts. Getting there. Questions? Any other thing? Page 10 and 11 are good with that reduction to 3. NVH Fund 1176. Didn't do much there, I don't think.
And nothing on 12.
Yeah, that's, the computer programming, is that,
That's the Violetix.
yeah, the Biolytics, okay.
So I'd like, I have a few questions on that. Is it 3 or 4 cars? How many?
That would be a Jason question. Come on up, Jason. We got questions.
Welcome.
I shouldn't grab this little thing underneath the desk, something might come up. Panic button.
Very shallow.
So, Violinix, that's a Mr. Folstich, I
So
think.
that was 3 units. They're portable units that you can mount on a vehicle. So they could be on in the pickups, you could put them on any of the dump trucks or whatever, but technically they're just 3 mobile units that we could send out.
And you're gonna switch them? Like
You
as,
can.
okay, as
So we could
different-
have an area guy running with his, another area. If by chance we had a state detour route, we could literally run that segment of roadway and get update data on it and have it for whatever we need.
Is this like phaser ratings or whatever?
Yes, this is compatible to be able to submit our phaser ratings to LTAP through the state.
Can you
So
add to
literally
it?
just transfers it right over.
Can you add to it?
Yes.
You could add more vehicles to it?
You can, but it's at a cost. The program itself, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but it's going to be able to offer more overlays to it as well. One of them that they're talking about is reflectivities of stop signs. Being able to pick up trees that are in the way of signage, blocking things, potentially guardrails. It's a living, breathing document that will continue to grow.
So is this a one-time fee and then the second year would be a reduced cost? What, do you have any idea?
3-year fee is what it was, if I remember correctly.
It's 150, so it's 50 a year?
50,000 per year, I think, and it was for 3 years.
Okay.
And then we don't have a maintenance cost
And
like
we
the
always
one.
have that data, no, that's figured in. So even if we were to quit, we still have that data that it is actually.
So this company is updating the data for us. Or
It's
where we can
literally
view it.
like lifetime renewable out, it's automatically keeping up with what you do on your ratings.
Okay.
Even after the 3 years, it will
Yes,
continue.
if we can continue that program, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's high. So after the 3 years, there's no reduction, because I presume you'd have equipment cost, right? You gotta put something on the truck.
Well, I think you purchased that up front. Is how I've taken that. It's a 3-year, basically a contract, and once the 3 years is up, anything that we'd have done would be more or less like a service agreement with them on doing anything different that would happen to come up. So even if you wanted to update your guardrails or whatever that it offers, I'm sure there's probably a fee that ties to that. But like I said, I think it's going to be a living, breathing data that you're going to be able to add to it as you want.
Okay.
Jason, what are your feelings about that? Because that's the cost of another employee.
I think it's very valuable data.
Okay.
I really do. I like the idea of being able to have it all rated based on one reading, opposed to second guessing, third guessing, and fourth, if that makes sense. I see it going that way, that it'll be more so mandated that they're going to want AI to do a lot of this information for what's coming. I think there's so many companies right now that's starting to develop that type of software that it's just going to be recognized, and they're going to want that type of reading on stuff.
Is it total tracking? Is that what it is?
It does. It literally rates your roads in segments still.
Okay.
And if I'm not mistaken, it was every 10 feet it took a photo. So that's real time. So literally, you could be able to look it up, and somebody said, hey, there's this issue. Scroll right to it, look it up, and be like, okay, I get it, or it wasn't there yesterday.
I totally missed it on that one. That's why I had to ask that. So you're saying that would be $50,000 a year continually, as long as you have that on there, and then if you expand it on it, it'd be more money. I thought. Okay.
You had more than 3 trucks, or is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you'd be able to add another mobile handheld unit, which you can now. You can buy the 4th and 5th one if you wanted to.
So is it handheld then?
Yeah, it literally is like a
Just
phone.
take it from one truck to another.
Yeah, it sits right on it, and as you drive, it's picking that data up.
Got you.
It might take a little tweaking to get the positioning from a pickup to a dump truck, but literally that's how it's designed.
Have you've seen it working in other counties, Jason?
Yeah.
Does it help with road plans, things like that?
Oh, for sure.
That's what yeah.
So, I was considering not putting that in the budget and seeing about getting it implemented sooner and surpluses this year or something.
Do what?
Putting that, possibly not having that in the budget, and if it's something we can take care of this year or not, if you like it in the budget, leave it in the budget, but, I mean, that's just my thoughts.
So the Violytics, we could get it now, and it's basically then you would just have it up until January 1st. Then you could pay for it as per January 1st, because we've already discussed that would be in our budget for 2026. So they gave us the option that we could go ahead and sign the purchase agreement now. We would basically have it for 6 months, then make payment first of the year.
That's not how things work kind of like that. If we go that route.
Can you say that again?
Historically, we don't pay for items or we don't take items unless we've paid for them. I don't want to hear that you're doing that. If you are doing that, please. But if we get the item, I would prefer us pay for it now if you're going to do it that way. Instead, you can order it in December. By the time the invoice comes, it would be January to get it paid. We have that happen in the past. But regardless, I don't think State Board's going to be okay with us having something and not paying for it.
Yeah, let's
Because when the
claims are
take that under
signed,
consideration.
yeah, when the
next
claims
month
are
or-
signed, the claims are signed saying that you have received the good or service. So if you haven't received it and you've paid for something, I mean, you don't want to go too far out of receiving it and not paying.
Okay. I would probably just keep it.
Did say 3. He did say 3, right?
Right. I've got a reduction, a couple, just 2 small ones to help pay for your Violytics. Other operating supplies, I'd like to drop it from 60,000 to 50,000. I'm just looking at your historical use. And
Hold on here,
What page
This
is
is
it?
page 13.
page 13, sorry. I got
60 to 50?
Yeah, from 60 to 50. That's, and the other operating supplies is in the middle.
And I'd like to drop tools, which is right below, from 10 to 8,000.
27.
I know, but I just looked at the numbers better.
So you moved it to what then?
7 or 8.
8?
10 to 8. That's all I got. Do you guys have anything?
And you let the Bioletics go, right?
Road signs.
I mean, I don't know. They're
Questions in here.
What do you want to do? Do you want to pay for it this year?
the Bioletics?
Yeah, and just take it out of the budget, or?
I mean, I want to see like numbers and suggestions before I just say, let's just pay for it now. I'd like to know where it's coming from. I mean, I assume you just take it out 1176 now. They're a little at $1 million of cash. What do you guys want to do? I don't want to act impulsively. I know it's like, I just want to act impulsively.
Okay.
We questioned road signs there also.
Yeah, road signs.
Because we basically had 0 in there, and it was 30. It's all been appropriated at 20.
Yeah.
Do you have a big road sign project coming up, Jason?
Road signs are always this. I mean, it can be a good year and it could be a bad year. Barricades, we have a lot of flooding, those type scenarios, we seem to lose a lot of signs.
So it looks like we spent nothing.
Well, I would be for dropping it back to 20. Would you want to do that, Jim? Okay. We're getting the Bioletics paid for. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, in fact, I think we just submitted our last road sign order, which I think we just depleted that dollar amount out, if I'm not mistaken.
One other question.
Yeah.
Subcontractor services. There was 100 there. We had amended it to 100, but we've only spent 18.45%.
You have something coming out at the end of the year because last year you spent $119,000 on subcontractor. This year, the first half of the year, you spent $18,000. So Jim's probably asking, can we cut that? Is that what you're asking, Jim?
I am.
From the 1176?
At the bottom, on our budget, it's the very last line. It's page 13. It's subcontractor services. You requested 100.
Written in.
So one of the big ones on that was if we used anything for Linden Road, if we had anything that would take place on Linden Road.
Linden?
Yes, which that technically that call is going to be coming back up too if that's something that we decide to pursue, which it sounds like the state's moving forward with 31 and 10. On that next NOFA call, if we end up submitting for that and it's not awarded, I mean, we kind of need to move forward on that a little bit, on a few things, I think.
How long is it going to take the state, though, to determine what they need to do on London Road based upon the bypass there? That's anybody's guess.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, didn't they post they were a specific plan they were going to use?
I know.
Mm-hmm. I don't know that answer.
I haven't heard anything.
We don't know. So I just have a quick question. You got the grant for, was that for striping? Was that for painting?
Yes.
Can it be used for anything else?
No.
It's $500,000?
That was almost 60 miles, I think, worth of painting. But that was one of the,
How many miles?
We can use that
60.
safety grant for different safety-related items. So anything that pertains to a safety project, you can use that for.
8,000 miles.
But we submitted for the road striping because that was one of the major things for hotspots in the county on a lot of our roads, which always showed paint-wise, the error markings was always on the lower side to help increase that safety aspect of it.
Okay. I guess the bottom line, did you want to do anything with the subcontractor
To
number?
be honest with you, I wanted to cut it about 20 and see where we were.
Put it in 80?
Yeah.
Could you use that money
But
for
if he needed to come back, he could do that.
Hey, you just paid for Violetics.
Got it.
Congratulations.
Professional services, you've only used just under.
So did you catch that, Tori? You got it. Thank you.
All right, well, my question was, I had in-house paving as a note somewhere by subcontractor services and professional services. Is that like I don't know why I had in-house paving. Is that some of those funds being used for in-house paving as well?
In-house paving for the subcontractor service we could use if we wanted to.
Okay, that's probably why I had that note.
Back to the $500,000 on the paint, can you use that for road signs?
It's already a grant awarded.
What's that?
It's already been awarded.
Okay.
So that's already in motion, so then it would have to be another one that would come out that we could look at it from a different grant that you're applying for.
I think the same safety.
Right.
Okay.
I have nothing for 14 and nothing for 15. We were questioning weed spray at the 16.
Yep. Spraying services.
Page 16.
I didn't have anything on 16.
We
Did you?
well, the 30,000 for spray services. They were in a couple different places, but we haven't spent anything. It was 30,000.
We just contacted them last week. They should be starting.
Okay. I knew that. I was thinking that was a fall thing.
You had garage equipment there, Nicole?
Right.
Down to.
I had it highlighted, but I didn't do
Well,
anything
in
with it.
22, we spent 0, 23, 0, 24, 1,300. I mean, let's just cut it. How about that?
Do you have plans for your garage equipment?
Which one was that for?
$8,000. You spent 1332 last.
Highway garage
Spent
equipment.
0 this year.
8 to 5. How about that?
5,000.
Yeah, just. Okay.
5,000.
Angie, did we not after last year's budget on 1176? Didn't we have to trim that a little bit further last year?
We had to last year because the request outpaced the revenues, and that was when the DLGF looks at, and if we didn't cut it, the DLGF would have on our behalf.
So based on what we just did, can you just look in your crystal ball and see, do you think it's likely to happen
Yeah, we can
again?
pull up the Form 4B.
Form 4B? Yeah.
And I think the highway this year it was not in that same, it didn't have that same issue this year because of the cuts from last year.
I think we just tried to mimic what we had last year and stay within those.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the cash at the bottom in the green, if that's red, that's where we had to cut. This year, that's gonna be the estimated cash balance based off of the budget.
Okay. All right. I think that's where we're at on highways. Any other?
Cambridge. Let's move on.
Cambridge, Listen on stage. I don't know. I had a cut, but I don't know if it makes any sense, to be honest.
What cuts you want to make?
Equipment maintenance and repair,
On
what page?
16?
page 617.
17. Oh, yeah. Cambridge.
It's a $30,000 request.
Yeah, you cut it.
The greatest, I'm just having second thoughts.
Okay. 0 spent. 10 was spent last year.
Let's cut it from 30 to 20. I'm
sold.
Everyone gets a haircut. That's all I got for you.
And then the drainage project, I mean, it's 45,000, but the drainage project, second from the bottom. So, I mean, I'm not sure, but not much has been spent. I mean,
We're working on one right now. That's kind of another one of those, we can plan a few of those projects out.
Yeah.
At least it kind of gives us that place to go for. Some of them projects, if we would have to run short in like debris removal, again, it's some of a drainage project that we could use some of that on that side of it too.
Contractual services, we used just under 2,000 last year, and you haven't used any this year.
Which page?
Just above, just above
Page
your
17.
your $20,000 haircut.
Professional services?
Contractual.
Contractual.
Right above your equipment.
I see it.
I see
You
it.
want to cut that one, huh?
I don't know. Tell us what you got. Want to fight for your contractual services, Jason?
This might be a Denise question because of a lot of the contractual side of it she has.
Does it come out at the end of the year? That was my question, because we spent 0%, but
last year was only.
Yeah, last year we only spent $1,900. And in 2023 it was 10 grand.
Right.
But now it's jumped to 75,000.
Is that for like spraying or?
What do you want to do?
Weeds, mowing, or?
What do you want us to do, Jason? How much can we cut it? Let's throw it back on you.
Being Cume Bridge, do you have to cut it?
Do we have to cut it? We don't have to. It is Cume Bridge. That's right. It is Cume Bridge. It's not general.
Can't do much with Cume Bridge other than take the interest.
Yeah, the suggestion I would make on Cume Bridge is if we're going to look at making cuts in that fund, we also might want to look at adjusting the rate and make sure we're collecting the right amount of money in there for what our intermediate and long-term plans are with bridges. So I think that's a pretty big conversation. I did ask Mr. Dalton to take a look at it a while ago, and I haven't really followed up with him on that yet. So that might be a one commissioner and budget and finance committee conversation about, because if we reduce Cume Bridge, we can increase a rate somewhere else without effectively reducing property tax revenue. Is that right?
I know there's, yes, that one is correct. Because
Yep.
there are some that are outside the levy and some within.
Yep. So that would be something worth looking at. I don't know whether we're collecting too much for Cume Bridge or if it's the right amount, but it's something to look at, because that allows us to transfer revenue somewhere else without raising taxes. So I'd like to have that conversation. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're leaving the 75,000?
Yeah. That's my vote.
All right.
Equipment rental. We don't, other than if we need a piece of equipment, we call and get a rental because of some of the projects that we do get into. So that could be anything from. Okay.
Cume Bridge, page 18, I didn't have anything. Anybody got anything?
No.
Local Road and Street, 19, anybody?
No.
Roadside mowing.
Okay. What do you got?
How many times do they make it through the county on this?
We're trying to get them through at least 4. If it would happen to happen, 5, but we're trying to keep within 4 times. So like right now, we're actually pushing it back a little bit to try to get that later October. So we don't have to do the 5th, but you know as well as I do with our permits what we do when it comes to mowing. So if we have to, then we're gonna start on our 5th round.
Okay. I know back in the day, because I used to do it, we hired this in-house, but this is contracted out now, right? What's the cost difference? Do you know what it'd be
I
different?
think when we roughly estimated what it cost us on employees, tractors, fuel, maintenance, any type of repairs, we came up at about $160,000. So we're actually under 100,000 right now.
All right. Anything else? So nothing on local road and street, right? I think that's it for you, Jason, if I'm going down the list. What did you say?
Do we need to have a discussion on wages and percent increase yet?
No.
Because we're getting ready to go into sheriff.
I don't know.
Okay. What?
I think we're done. Yeah. Yep. I want to just address Sandy in the back real quick. She's been so patient. I know other people are waiting, but Sandy, it's highly likely we will take a recess before we get to you. But I just want to bear with me. I didn't have anything for her. She's on page 74. I have nothing for page 74 and 75.
Me neither.
No.
Neither did I.
Looks good.
Me neither.
Okay, well, that's good news.
Nothing, so.
All right.
So.
Thank you. Thanks for hanging with us.
Take my files and go. Take my files and go to the museum.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
You got it. And she's the only one we make that exception for. Okay.
Okay.
Sheriff?
The sheriff, you're up.
Let's do it.
You're up next.
So what does Jason want?
Oh,
One thing that might take 30 seconds to mention.
Yeah. Oh, Jason, all right.
My hearing is screwed up today, I can't hear.
This just brought to my attention, so like on 1176, that being a sub-fund, so if that's still showing that full amount on your guys's, we've transferred that over into the restricted side. So, I mean, they're getting the bulk of it. Okay, I just want to make sure that. Okay, that's it.
Sheriff, you're up next. We're gonna go through his budgets.
You dirty dog.
So, page 20 at the top of the list, the sheriff had a conversation with me, probably a few others, on some funding. And we want to see where we're at after this before we consider any other changes. Sheriff, top line, we had department head at 115,000, is that right? Okay.
There was different talks.
What?
There was different talks.
Okay. The wages is gonna be a big discussion for everyone. It is under my understanding that, did personnel meet and talk about it?
Kind of. It wasn't, yeah.
It wasn't formal.
It wasn't formal, but yeah.
That the wage increase would be 3% across the board, and the county would be 1% across the board. That's kind of the direction. I know that's not
That's what he came up with.
what you're looking for, but that's kind of what we are looking at right now.
Well, and again, as I spoke to all of you individually, you gotta compare us for what we do. 90% of this county is basically sitting at a desk doing data entry, processing. We respond to over 1,200 calls for service each month. Our jailers work hand in hand with inmates. They don't sit at a desk. They're not clerical. And all you have to do is I provided each of you with a copy of the Sheriff's Association pay scale of every sheriff's department, almost every sheriff's department in Indiana for 2025. And I honestly believe that's who you should be comparing us to and not any other county department.
Okay. I guess my thoughts would be, again, I want to see where we're at, and I think adjustments potentially could be made if there's discussion to go in that route. It's not a done deal. Third reading is the done deal, so we still have a month before that. And would you like to, anybody want to chime in on this?
I kind of would like to see some adjustments in other places and then put money to where I feel it should go as well. But
can you be more specific?
I kind of talked, I know the sheriff has a lot of responsibility, and I thought maybe there was an ability to potentially combine some extra responsibilities from other departments.
Okay.
Or reduce some expenses other places to look at funding the sheriff's department more.
Okay.
And maybe, Sheriff, when we have a break, we could touch base for a second.
Do what now?
Maybe when we have a recess, we could touch base.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you reduce the wages department head?
Department head would go to 115. It's kind of meeting in the middle there. And then I think really all the wage increases in the sheriff's department would be 3%. You know, I know it's kind of goofy to some degree.
And they are categorized, your officers are not compared to the rest of the departments in the county. Those are categorized as police officers, that way everybody's on the same page and understands that.
Oh, the merit would go up, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying that the merit officers, when they're categorized and the turnkey dispatchers, they're not categorized the same as what, with
right.
the same group, so those are separate.
That's right, so. We'll have to
I think the real comparison is the other sheriff's departments, what they pay their people.
Oh, no, I'm not arguing that. I just want
Yeah.
to make sure everybody's
Yeah.
clear that we're not mixing. That was
Part of the point of doing that big process a few years ago, because it was
That's
mixing.
right.
You had people on the highway being compared to the sheriff's department. That can't happen, it's gotta be separate, so that's where that started from. I just wanna make sure everybody understood that was on the same page.
And part of the, a big issue here is being competitive. We're in competition with the other counties as well of keeping good patrol people, good officers, good jailers and all that. And I saw this when I was working for the city, is that we were just losing officers hand and foot, and it became a very, very difficult situation. I just want to be, that we're aware of that it can affect our services in Marshall County.
Our biggest competition is departments right here in Marshall County. So if my people decide to get a job with them, they don't have to move. They don't have to
drive. All the counties around us let you drive your car to another county to take home.
But take a job with the city of Plymouth, they wouldn't. I got several of them that live here in Plymouth. They wouldn't have to change their residence or anything. So that's who I compare my people to. Is who I'm going to lose them to. And that's exactly what I did on this. As I showed you, the salary ordinance from the city of Plymouth, the town of Bremen, the town of Bourbon. I mean, the numbers are there. I realize that you have a budget you gotta meet, but, I've gotta try to keep my people as much as I can. And you've got great officers, they provide great service. I'd hate to lose them.
Okay, so, I don't know if you guys got a copy of this. Did you give everyone a copy of this, Sheriff? It's what you gave me a month or so ago when we met. It was a comparison of wages. I'll just read them real quick. Sheriff's patrolman right now, $33.01. Argus, 32.29. Bourbon, 34.76. Bremen, 34.55. Culver, 34.9. Plymouth, 35.77. $2.76 higher. State Trooper, I think we had talked about how that was a little different and not quite the same type of pay scales. 31.67, but I remember you saying that there was a rationale why it starts low and then goes higher. I can't remember.
It's called a matrix, and so instead of longevity, their next year's salary for 2 years on, 3 years on, 4 years on, it's an automatic increase.
Okay. So if you all don't have a copy, you probably emailed it to us, I would assume, but I remember I got a physical copy.
Yeah, I think I made a packet for everybody when I sat and talked to them. I had that information in it.
I think probably something we need to discuss later and chew on this more, okay? That's what we had, I believe, for the sheriff's department.
For the sheriff's fund, that's the bulk of the increase is the wages. I mean, I'll just say up front. And, just to throw out there, the sheriff's fund is a $3 million fund, and all I'm asking for is an additional $173,000. That would cover everything I asked for.
Okay.
Which is right around 5% of the total fund.
Okay.
Okay. When
we met, department head, we came up with 118,000. When we started looking at the other department heads in the other counties, that's where we kind of came up with.
Okay. It was just a number that I had right in the middle, roughly, so. You can raise it if you want.
118,000?
You wanna do 118?
Yes.
Okay. Nicole would like to raise the,
That would be Deb.
Nicole's friend would like to raise it to 118,000.
No more treats for you.
And I thought the rationale there was when I looked at this, was trying to catch it all up in 1 year was gonna be tough on the budget.
Okay.
But working it upward in the coming years here, because we had a nice talk with Matt too, to make it competitive with what other counties are offering. So bringing it up from that 101,535 up to that 118, at least that was taking it up half of that distance.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully in the coming years, then we'd be able to bring that up now.
Okay. Your half is bigger than my half.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Well, we appreciated the moving too, Matt.
Thank you.
To be continued, how about that? Okay, all right. Well, let's see what's next on the agenda. At some point,
Page 2021, I had nothing.
sure, maybe we can get through the sheriff's budget.
Yeah, let's do this.
Yes.
And then maybe take a recess.
I put something on page 22. I think that was yours.
Jenny's still here. We can probably get through Jenny. Who else is out there? Treasurer. Why don't we get through Jenny, then take a recess?
You're something on 22?
I had something on page 22. We were gonna move video cams from 10 to 8. Do you have some video cam thing you're getting ready to do that we can't cut it for $2,000?
We're gonna have to update the in-car cameras. And also we, have an additional cost now with the body cameras that we're funding that program now too. We were very fortunate when Elkhart City updated their video cams and gave us all their old ones. And that worked out really well because they had a lot and we used the parts out of them to fix and keep ours going. But I anticipate, and a new camera today, full-blown camera right now is gonna cost you over $5,000. So that's the 2,000 increase.
Are you gonna use it? Because you had 8,000 budgeted for 2025 and you haven't used anything out of it. And it looks like you have projects that you do. So when you have projects, then it jumps. So like in 2024, you used 40,000, but then 2023 was 2,000, 2022 was 1,000. So we were just curious because nothing's been spent out of it yet.
What the body cameras are, you had the upfront cost, and now we have an annual cost for the next 5 years.
Okay.
And part of that money goes for that annual cost.
Okay. So is your contract like at the end of the year? Okay.
Right.
So you wanted to leave it, at 10? Okay.
Okay. Page 23, lit special purpose, bilingual stipend. I'm going to cut that in half because I understand that we use bilingual stipend out of another fund too here.
Dispatch has bilingual stipend as well.
So you're getting the two paid for, they're just one's out of central dispatch and one's out of sheriff, is that right?
They're both turnkey dispatchers that do that for us. We had a third one qualify, and then I was going to add him this year, but he's no longer with us, so I just need the two stipends to continue.
So we can cut it.
We'll take one out of central dispatch and one out of lit. So bilingual stipend gets cut to 2,200 equal or even.
We were going to cut overtime as well to 200,000.
Okay.
You said bilingual to what?
22.
22.
Okay. Prisoner meals, can we trim that?
Page 24.
Page 24, prisoner meals, can we shave that down to 390?
It's a diet plan there.
Yeah, right. Can we take it and put it in a garden?
Yeah.
Put it in a garden?
Yeah, we're gonna let the prisoners have gardens. Yeah, that's what he said too.
You did drop that.
Yeah. Jail lease rental bond payments.
We did drop that.
That needs to drop.
No, we
Yeah,
dropped
that's kind of,
already do it?
that's locked in.
Yeah, it drops down to 1,126,500.
Yeah.
I had highlighted janitorial supplies,
Okay.
but again, I didn't know if there was like maybe an annual contract because we've only used 27% of the 42,000. Does it have to stay at 42?
And 33 and 24.
Yeah. Can we drop it to like 40?
Sure.
Everybody needs a haircut, right?
Which line are you on?
We're on page 24 at the top under janitorial supplies.
Fourth down.
Yeah, the fourth one down, it's 42,000. We've only used 27%.
Okay, when these were produced, that would only take into consideration through June. So.
Which is 27%.
We're usually, like I said, in 24, we spent 33,000. 23, we've spent 33,000. So it runs right around, janitorial supplies, I don't think are gonna take a big jump. So that you could probably, leave it at the, 40,000 maybe.
Okay, 40 for janitorial.
Were you reducing prisoner?
Is that what you were thinking, Nicole?
That went to,
It's like take off 2,000.
390, yeah.
Can we get back to the lease rental bond? I actually have another question on that. It's totally unrelated, but did that get, so Nicole wants to take that, and that was actually recommended. Hold on.
Lease rental bonds?
It was recommended, but you had just mentioned it.
That was put out by the auditor.
Let me explain myself, Lucy. Let me explain myself, okay? Yes, we're taking jail lease rental bonds down. We're subtracting 3,500, so what's that? 1,126,500?
Right.
Yay. When that was, when that deposit reserve was set somewhere, are we going to get the accumulated interest on that reserve? Because it's a $1.1 million reserve balance for the jail bond. It's sitting in a fund somewhere. Do we get the accumulated interest after 15, 20 years? Or that's a question
Prior to either of us being here, that's something you would have to research.
Can you find that out? Because that could be easily another $1 million. 20 years accumulating interest for $1.1 million compounded, you know? Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay. All right.
Well, where's it at now?
I don't know. It's I just remember when there was an attempt to refinance the jail bond 3 years ago, we were told we'll give you that back and reduce your payment.
Right.
So I don't know who has it. People, I don't know who has it. I think it'd be a shame that they kept all the interest, you know, but it's what it is, right? So, and they may not have. We may get it back. Okay.
Page 24. I need to catch up. So are we reducing janitorial supplies by 2,000?
Yes.
And then 10,000 in prisoner meals?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And then we reduced the lease, and then we had repair building and structures 165,000, so down minus 10,000.
Yep.
What did we reduce the jail or the lease rental?
1,126,500, and that was an email. That was an email.
I have a question on the repairs and structure, because we do have so much in the jail that isn't that presumably can go towards structural repairs? I didn't know we needed that.
Well, it just prevents them from coming to us every month or every other month, asking for an additional. It's efficient. I mean, it's efficient for them.
Right.
All right.
I mean, it's reasonable to assume they're going to have some money to spend on repairs. So, okay.
I had nothing for page 25. I had nothing for 26 or 27. Nothing on 28.
Okay.
I did on 29. This is the one that has to get cut in order to still have funds.
So we have a question on this vehicle purchase. If we approve it, the fund will be in deficit?
Yeah, because according to the revenue is going to be $47,000 from the DLGF. So we're going to need to cut about $56,700 out of this fund so that it's not in deficit at the end of 2026.
Let me see what the cash balance.
Now, you're talking the misdemeanor and the
county corrections. So it's page 29.
My plan is I'll probably use both those funds to pay for one car. So maybe 25 out of one and 25 out of the other is the game plan.
Okay. What else can we cut? Because we need to cut $56,700 out of that fund on page 29. So where would you like us to cut it?
Okay, you in extradition or you in misdemeanor?
Misdemeanor, page 29.
Okay.
We thought
if you want to put,
this one would be easy.
if you want to take the vehicle purchase down to 25,000. Because that was what I was planning to do, and then you could do the same out of the extradition. Sheriff's assistant could take the vehicle purchase out down to 25,000 there.
Don't we still need to take this?
I had to write it into the side because they didn't have a line item for it.
I could leave that. I mean, we can leave it in extradition because I think that fund's doing fine, isn't it?
I want to see what the cash balance is.
Yeah, would you be able to take it all out of extradition? Because the problem is the misdemeanor is we've got to cut 56,000.
I don't, off the top of my head, I don't know what the balance is of the extradition, but
I'm gonna find it here in a sec.
If that's,
you're saying leave it.
It's on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
47.
That's
Okay.
and that's the extradition fund.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How do you, the revenue stream on that, what is it? It's got so far roughly 20,000 this year in revenue. Where does that come from?
That's a good question for that.
it comes from the Department of Corrections.
And we can't add to that fund because it's advertised the way it sits right now.
So we can't add, but we can take away. Can we take away?
You take away, you just can't add.
Okay.
The only way you can get by adding in the general fund is because you're making reductions, so you're not going over what the dollar amount is.
So he's already got 50,000 in extradition as a vehicle purchase. So I'm thinking we just leave that in extradition. Can we cut it out of misdemeanor? Because you were originally going to take 25 and 25, Matt. So could you just take it all out of
misdemeanor
extradition because you've already got it there?
If the balance is there, yeah.
You had it budgeted, and I think it's okay in extradition, but it's not in misdemeanor. We have to cut 56,700 out of misdemeanor, and if we're like, well, if we take the vehicle purchase, that's 50,000 right there.
Right.
And then we cut 3 off of accessory or jail equipment and 1,000 off of kitchen equipment to get to it.
Fine. If you'll see, I don't spend any of those other line items. They're just there in case we run out of money for prisoner care. We run out of money for equipment maintenance repair. You can see everything. The only thing we really used that fund for this year was the car.
So would you rather leave it and leave the 25,000 for the car and pull it from other line items?
Is the purchase price of the vehicle 50,000 minus a few $1,000?
Right around 42,000.
Okay, I would say let's take it out of take it out of the misdemeanor, take the whole car out of that since he has it covered underneath the 50,000 in another budget,
And then we still have to take, a little under $7,000, so.
What we had done.
So if the 50 stayed in expedition, take it
Right,
totally
take
out
it
of
totally out
a
of
misdemeanor.
a misdemeanor, and then we have to pull another,
that's what-
67.
Could you take half of the vehicle accessories out of that, and there's your 7,500?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so then we'll, Tim and I
Half of the
talked
road?
about kitchen and jail, so we can put that back in then.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, so
And
then
we'll
we're
just do-
taking over into,
7,500 out.
So misdemeanor went to 0 on the vehicle?
yes, and then how much should we take out of the vehicle?
7,500 off of the accessories.
I honestly think you could pull it all out of the other fund, just looking at it, expedition.
Yeah.
Because there's a cash balance in there
Right.
that could pay for it. And there's expected revenues as well.
What do you think of the whole thing?
What's that?
The accessories, were you thinking taking those?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I think you could pay for the vehicle out of expedition.
I'm with you.
Okay,
All right.
that takes that down.
Okay, we're gonna cut the accessories to 7,500.
Mhm.
All right.
Okay, just mess with one.
All right, did you have anything for 30, 31?
I have nothing for 30 and 31.
I didn't either.
Okay. Nothing for 32 for me or 33.
I have nothing, this is me speaking, obviously, I have nothing until page 37.
Oh, that's us keep it.
32.
So we'd go to the clerk.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Thank you, Matt.
Oh, all right. Good luck.
Yeah, that's got to go.
What's that? I'm okay with it.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
He says he's okay with it. He wasn't yesterday.
Hey, Jenny.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, well. I have nothing for page 37 and nothing for page 38.
Jim, Deb, and I were going to cut the stipend for 2,500.
What are you cutting it to?
0.
Okay.
But typically
That's a statutory.
yeah.
Oh, it is? It's a statutory stipend?
Wow.
Well, I guess we can't do that.
Guess we can't cut it.
Oh, that's every other year.
Yeah, it's what, election year, right?
It's only at general elections, so every other year.
Okay, so you said nothing with 37, is that what you said?
I didn't have anything.
I don't either.
Okay,
I didn't have anything on 38. Looks like most of the increase was due to the calculation of the wages.
Right? I had nothing on 40, nothing on 41, nothing on 42, nothing on 43. Let's just get through this, because I have nothing.
Well, it's noon. I think we should take a break.
Hang on. Hold on.
Oh, for the clerk, absolutely.
We have nothing for me, that's fine.
We got nothing.
Okay.
I'm just flipping ahead.
Thanks for showing up.
I don't have anything until page 53.
Are you the treasurer, are we looking to have to pay for polling places, this coming election?
We have been informed we will have to pay for Columbus Club,
That's what I thought.
and I'm not sure Gallery on West.
Okay. Has that, I guess I really didn't know if that was reflected in that budget. Is it accounted for or just?
We did add a line for rental fees.
Okay. Okay, so that would be.
$1,000, and that's what that line is for.
That was the Knights of Columbus and Gallery West.
Is this, I mean, obviously I'm pretty new, so is this a common thing that counties are dealing with, or?
This is the first time that we will be doing this. Columbus Club is our biggest vote center.
Yeah.
So I went back and forth, communicated with them, and we will be required to pay.
So they were donating that before? Is that, yeah. And I think they had a change in their policies there because I'm part of another organization that we had to pay coming up. We will.
Jenny, have you, in your AIC meetings or anything downstate, do a lot of counties have polling places they pay for?
I don't know.
And then came up on it, yeah.
I'm not honestly surprised though, because you have so many schools and churches and it's more limited.
We've moved away from schools just because of the security reason.
The funny part is, the gallery, the county put 200,000 toward that.
Well,
Cha-ching, now,
Right.
pay me.
Right.
So much for extending the olive branch.
that one is not a definite, so. So let me get back to you on that. I'll let you know for sure where that one's at. But
Am I thinking that?
Columbus Club, definitely we're gonna have to pay.
Like, why would you make people
I'm
pay
trying to
when
get them
they'll
to waive the
elect
deposit.
for elections? That's just not okay, in my personal humble opinion.
I could kind of understand the Knights of Columbus is going to be totally different though than a community center that we've funded. So, but that's just my thought process. Maybe there's another place in August.
A church or something?
That's a possibility.
Churchill, what's happening now?
Or maybe the commissioners need to have a conversation with the fair board.
I will let you know for sure on that before you have conversation, because I'm in the middle of conversation.
That is a nice building. They've done a good job. Kind of hard to get to, but a nice building.
Okay, anybody else?
I'm gonna break.
Halfway there.
I don't have anything until page 53 now for the
Okay,
assessor.
why don't we recess after the clerk? The treasurer's not here, so why don't we recess? Recorder's not here, so.
Does
anybody have anything? Because I don't have anything until.
Well, let's pick that up when we get up. She's sitting right here. Okay, let's stand in recess to 1:05.
Thanks, Jenny.
Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you.
Good job.
I
Oh, yeah, that was big.
And, you know, I'd been down there for 4 years when she was a kid. And
Yeah.
Saints went to high school.
Yeah.
So we thought we'd take a road trip this year over Christmas.
That's good.
I forgot about that.
That's good.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt that.
Yeah.
Probably knows Maze and Nicole.
We're back. Okay, let's pick up where we left off.
That's nice.
I think we're gonna start with the treasurer on page 44.
I got nothing.
Nothing, 45. So I'm just gonna go through it. If you just stop me, okay?
Okay.
45, nothing. 46, nothing. 47, nothing. 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, nothing. 53, nothing.
You cut something. You taking it out?
Just to say, we have the treasurer and the surveyor here, and we made no cuts to their money.
No. We did not. Treasurer, surveyor, we made no cuts. You're good. Thank you. Thanks for a great budget.
Are you cutting the recorder clerical part-time down and keeping the full-time in the perpetuation?
And we skip that?
Yeah, that was.
Yes.
I'm not,
What page is that?
I have a word on that. That is 47, isn't it?
45 and 47.
Page 45 is the part-time clerical wages that can be reduced if you're putting in the full-time.
I have that
which is in
underlined.
47.
The 34.6, correct?
So
we need to make that 0 and leave it
You
perpetuation.
can make it 0. I would almost leave like $600 in there, only because you never know if there's going to be something that comes up where you need a part-time person to come in.
Okay.
That would be my only recommendation. It's in your budget, so you guys decide how you want to handle that. But I did have it there, but we were kind of flipping over.
34.6.
600. You're good with 600.
That is.
Sure.
$600.
All right.
I forgot about that one.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Okay, supervision, what page, we're back on 50, what was it?
And so we're just gonna keep that in the recorder's,
Perpetuation.
perpetuation.
So 50, 53 and 54, I had nothing, pages.
I just split pages here a little.
Basically, that would be the coroner, the assessor. Okay, I had something on page 55, I don't know if I need to, but consulting services for the reassessment has been budgeted for $12,000. They've not spent anything. I mean, I think we knock it to 10.
Okay.
I'm sorry, say that again, what?
Reassessment, page 55. I mean, consulting from 12,000 to 10,000. Nothing's, but $400 was spent last year.
That's fine.
I did legal services. I dropped it from 8,000 to 5,000. I mean, I suppose there's always that out there. Okay. I had nothing else for reassessment on page 55 and 56, sorry. Prosecutor, we have some positions in here.
Yeah, for wage and pretrial. That's the one where we got to choose if we wanted it in general or in pretrial.
Yeah, I think we have two the same budget amounts for the same position over. One is in the general fund for wages, full-time clerk, and one for the pretrial diversion officer, I believe, are in general. But it's also in the pretrial fund, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
The pretrial diversion officer is in Fund 2511 and in the general fund.
What about the
clerk? What about the clerk? The clerical?
Full-time clerical.
I have clerical in pretrial and clerical in
Yeah, that is for
And because if you look at it.
Yes, sorry, that one is also for you to make that determination.
So I'm for keeping it in the pretrial fund, even though that the grant has been cut, they're still taking enough fees in, I believe, to pay for those positions through the fees. Okay?
You could probably readjust the fees too to cover it.
What's that?
The positions you're taking out of the general fund and leaving in pretrial, or
Yeah.
just a clerical, the research?
Both.
FT clerical?
Yes.
So clerical in the general fund, it gets funded, but it just gets funded in a different department.
Yeah.
Okay.
With the prosecutor, we all got the letter from Judge Cerisi. Yeah, where is that coming out?
Probation, is it not?
It's probation is the,
we're getting there.
Okay, whatever. I mean prosecutor, okay. Forget it. Yeah.
Rookie.
Yeah.
What page is he on right now?
It's on 57.
Okay, I'm looking.
All right. Okay, so, are we clear as mud on 57?
Yep.
We zeroed out the clerical and the pretrial diversion officer.
Oh, so there's two.
And I have nothing on 58 and 59, prosecutor.
Sure, the FT clerical.
Okay.
Now, moving on to page 60, I'd like to keep it again. You can see where it's funded in the middle. The clerical and pretrial diversion officer. We'll keep it in pretrial for now. Actually, I'm just gonna, okay. Good? Okay. Page. Gosh. I have nothing on page 62. 63. 64. Okay, so I guess just the departments will be again extensions on page 63. I have nothing. Service officer. I have nothing. Page 65. Planning commission. Page 66. I think we want to look at this one. Mrs. Cox. I know you have something. I want to put you on the hot seat.
Thank you. Well, the first thing was we needed to add 50,000 to professional services for the comp plan.
And we did that that is in.
And then Tim said now he wants to cut it to 40. That puts you in the hot seat.
And the reason for that is, Nick, because we were given a presentation, and maybe we'll do it differently, that we could break this up into 2 years, because a comp plan wouldn't be written overnight. What do you think?
Yeah, I partially agree with that. I mean, it's going to take a good part of 2026 to get everything coordinated and around. So, I guess it would more depend on the consultant and how we kind of contract.
Okay.
So, I guess that would be my thought on it.
Do you have an estimate or a guesstimate from anyone what this would cost? How did you get the $50,000 number?
That's based on previous experience with this, and that's some time ago. But yeah, the 50 was just kind of a solid number to put in there.
If you kept it at 40 and then it was more, you could readjust it. Or if between the next year it was another 40.
Yeah, I think I would.
66.
Professional service.
Yeah, really, I got to talk to a couple different
Senator
consultants.
Bohannon, come up here, please.
He started it anytime he wants to, because there's already $50,000 in this year's commissioner's budget for that. So if you wanted to get started.
Okay.
Oh, zero. It's in your budget?
Yeah.
So I'm serious now.
Yeah. It's in this year's though, not next year's. You didn't put it in next year's, did you?
Put it in next year's? Is it in next year? Like, I don't remember.
We don't have any for next year. We've got.
I was gonna say, I didn't see it for that next year.
Wasn't it, Ty was here when that discussion started last year, wasn't it? And it was guesstimated to be close to $100,000, I thought.
That's what his guess was, but then he had said that he put more in the budget for it, assuming that it would be less.
I think we budgeted, well, actually, we went to the commissioner's budget, that's right. Okay. I'm gonna stick with 40 then. If we're not gonna do anything, I'd like to stick with 40. We gotta cut $3 million somewhere, Nick.
And then I was gonna address property cleanup.
Out of my budget, $3 million?
Good luck. Property cleanup, 30,000. I was gonna cut it from 70 to 30.
Okay.
Discussion?
So, I just want clarity on that. When we have been ordered to clean up those properties, it is because the county initiated the legal process against the property owners?
Yes.
Okay. And how do we go about making those steps? Are you getting complaints from neighbors or?
So basically our process starts, we get a complaint on a specific property and potential violation. So we go investigate. If it is violation, we send warnings, or we send an initial violation. It just says, hey, this is wrong. Get it into compliance. After that, we start a fining process, and eventually after so long, I think per the ordinance, we have 3 attempts. We usually have more than that, well more than that, before we do take it to court. Because really, we don't want to take anybody to court, but we do.
These court costs or cleanup costs?
Court costs would be different, but we're trying to, there is some court costs involved. Not a lot compared to the cleanup, but.
Most of the time you don't recover it anyways, right?
Right. Yeah, we do have violators where we do reclaim money through fines and fees.
Does this become a lien?
It does, and it can. Again, it expires after 10 years, and we have to renew that lien upon that. It is renewable, but we haven't taken advantage or been in a place to take advantage of any that I know of so far. And I couldn't tell you right now what liens we do have on properties.
So I understand at one time the process was done different, and I understood that through Stan on when it got so far. Wasn't the BZA involved in that at that time, Stan? Can you?
Years ago.
Okay.
Was that part of the ordinance that it had to do with it, or was it just something that happened?
Something that happened.
Okay.
Years ago, when Rob Booker was still here, it was handled through the BZA, and then Ty come in, he changed it, moved over to the Planning Commission. And it was your question, Brandon, that addresses going back to 30, which is fine, but I don't want to go to court if we don't have money to pay to clean it up. It makes no sense.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
And so I guess that will basically clean up 2, maybe 3 properties at the most.
Yeah.
30,000. You're looking at least 10 to 15,000 on general on a property to clean up. It's
into that, I guess, detailed of remediation or cleanup. We're looking to make the site compliant with our zoning ordinance. So, I mean, should we get into those situations, that goes back on the property owner and is going to go through EPA and IDEM and whatnot.
So on some of these, if I have this right, with the changing of guard that we had with the plan directors, the one who was doing this, Phil, who was doing this, had quite a few different cases at that time where the Plan Commission had not known about them.
Gotcha.
That's right.
Yeah. And I mean, we can absolutely run this back through the plan commission before any determinations of going to court or cleanup happens.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Yeah, because we do take the bid process was through plan commission. The last property we actually did take to the bid process, we got 0 bids. So we're just holding still right now. And we're looking at some alternatives within the county to be able to possibly clean it out.
The cleaning?
We put out a bid, request for bids.
The county doesn't do the cleaning.
We don't actually do the cleanup. We contract somebody right now.
Okay.
And that's,
There's been nobody really willing to bid this summer.
Yeah, well, it's
So-
probably a dangerous job too. I would think.
Well, sometimes you have a deputy, you gotta be on the safe side, but I've contacted a few people I know do that. Hopefully, there's been some interest in maybe bidding in the future. So I think that'll help us if we just get some bids right now. If you submit a bid, and I hate to say that, but we're hurting.
No competition.
Huh?
No competition.
no competition.
Exactly right.
Right.
So what's the solution if nobody cleans them up then, if we don't have anybody? But
Well, if you don't give us money, we can't go, this thing's going to court, and it just goes on and on and on.
I just feel like if you can't hire somebody to clean them up, then what?
Again, it goes on and on. I mean, what are we gonna do?
So it's kind of a
Commissioners get together on a Saturday and do it.
Maybe look at other options.
We're gonna then have a council cleanup day in the county.
We've been very lucky that we have not run into a hazardous cleanup.
Right.
Absolutely.
Because those people could just walk away. The judgment could go on that property and they'll just disappear.
We had one years ago when I was on, this is when the BZ, maybe 10, 12 years ago, and I think could have been hazardous, but we never found it, so out of sight, out of mind. It was next to a channel.
You took your sunglasses and blindfolds off.
It was next to a channel. We didn't know what was gonna be there. Drums and everything on that property.
might have to see if you get some help from the jail. Saturday afternoon.
That's an option we're discussing, so.
I mean,
Probation was working out there at the highway department and, community service, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
That's been talked about.
that's been talked about. We're looking at any options we can from internal.
He's got some ideas.
Which could change this number.
Yeah, it could change this number substantially, so, I mean, there's still gonna be some,
That was my only concern. I knew it was court ordered. I didn't fully understand who started the whole litigation, or if you guys are compelled to have to move, or.
well, the compelling is we hope that taking it to court is forceful enough to get the cleanup done. There's the 2 instances we're talking about, the one that didn't get bid and the one that got bid before I was here. I mean, they just flat out said, I'm not cleaning it up. So.
And we have to have that court order to enter that property.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so the question is, are the changes sticking? Yes?
Are the what? Changes
We're leaving
sticking?
it at 30,000.
30,000
I would like
I
that.
guess I would appreciate,
down to 40,000 on.
if I'm understanding it correctly, one person in the planning department is making the decision solely on himself and sending it to court. I would appreciate it going.
No,
to
that's
court.
not true.
That's not true.
That's not true.
It
No,
would
It
go
comes to me. I
comes to you.
ultimately make that decision. Now, he was in the absence of a planning director. And he was looking at Plan Commission and BZA legal counsel to help recommend on that. But no, he doesn't make that determination.
Okay.
He enforces, he does all the work for code enforcement. Then it comes through me.
Okay.
So it does not come back before a board?
No, it hasn't. It's not in our ordinance too. I'm more than happy to take it before that because I would appreciate that input from the Plan Commission.
Yeah.
I mean, that's.
I'm leaning
Yeah,
towards that.
that's
I
fine
think I
and
would like it to
reasonable
go
for
through a board because then more eyes on it can maybe come up with other solutions too.
Yeah, I mean, we have a meeting every month, so I mean, it's no burden to put an extra item in there or two a month, so.
And you still have to prove this to a judge.
Yeah.
You have to prove this to a judge before you can move forward.
Right, it's still, yeah. Even if we do
want to.
Yeah, even if the Plan Commission determines to take it to court, it still has to be,
Approved by the judge.
yeah, taken through, so.
Okay.
But I guess I would just want some clarification.
I'd like to leave it at 30.
If you guys are going to 30, that's fine. So what would your recommendation? If the 30 starts evaporating, come to you for more? Or get a determination for you guys? Because 30 won't go very far if we really get aggressive and try to clean some things up.
Well,
We probably got more of that on the radar right now.
I'm thinking some of those options that we had talked about that we have not checked into could very well possibly be.
Very possible, yeah, very possibly.
Where did we come to 30 from 70? It was just some, because the previous years?
We came up, we came up with the 70 based on violations we have now that we're not getting responses on that are more than likely heading to court. So I think it was 7 cases. They're smaller on the scale of compliance. They're not as out of compliance as another one we had that got bid. So we were figuring around 10,000 apiece. But realistically, that might be underestimated.
If things don't pan out.
If things don't pan out the way they could. So, and again, right now, we just put one out and nobody wanted it. So we got another issue too.
You just don't clean it up then? Or?
Well, we don't. Maybe we bid it out again in a couple months. Maybe, I don't know. First time I've seen this, so.
If you're a sizable contractor and nobody wants to mess around for 8-10 grand, they want the bigger projects. And that's what we're running into.
I got a truck and trailer, so maybe we'll have to.
Might be it.
Guys on a Saturday.
That might be it.
I mean, save some money.
You got kids, right?
So we good with that?
Well, if you need to come back for an
I
additional.
think it's gonna stick at 30, it looks like, right?
Just see how they progress and then
see how
come
it-
back. It looks like it might need more than that if we get into the thick of it. You do, I mean.
Why, what would you like to
What are you
see?
thinking, Tim?
I'm not thinking anything. I mean, I think that you could come back for an additional, and if it warrants it, we would do it. We're not turning down unreasonable requests.
Right.
Yeah. No, that's fine, it makes sense. And especially if we can get probation or something involved, then we might not need it at all. So we'll figure that out.
I heard they did absolutely great moving the health department.
What'd she say?
They did great moving the health department.
Yeah, they did.
Mhm.
Okay. Is there anything else for the planning department? Because I don't have anything else for you.
BZA is still sitting here.
Well, that's true.
I have nothing. The,
Nothing for the building.
Me neither.
so
Nothing for the
there's-
unsafe building, page 71.
I'm sorry, to the BZA, I was just, we did come down on legal services, and is those legal issues seeming to come to?
A lot of that was supposed to be coming out of the, council's budget.
That's right, the special,
Mhm.
the special.
Special, right, that had to do with the lawsuit
Okay.
with the solar company.
Before the year's over, I don't know what they'll spend on legal, but they spent the first 6 months, 35% of roughly 50,000. So do the math in your head. What is that? 17-ish? Yeah, we got 17.4 as of June 30th. So, I mean, 40,000 just to guesstimate based on this year for next year's not a bad idea. Right.
What are we guesstimating at?
Well, Brandon asked about the legal services, the money and whatnot for BZA.
We didn't put any in the council's budget for that this year?
We have.
No, I think the 40,000 here, for the BZA legal services is appropriate. I don't think we have to do anything. I mean, if again, where'd that circle? If it comes to it and we have to do more, we'll do more. You know, it's just the way it goes. Page 71, again, unsafe building, I have nothing. That's probably it for you, Nick. That's not even me, unsafe building.
That's not even me. That's our new guy, Adam Combs.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Huh?
I know.
He's out writing citations.
Yeah. Bringing some more cases in.
On fourth row. And all of them.
IT, or information systems, I should say. Page 72.
Nothing.
I got nothing on 72 or 73. You guys can jump in. Museum, I already told Sandy, nothing on 74, 75. Historical Society, I have nothing.
No.
And anyone paying attention online, these are slim to no increases. That's why we say we have nothing. Superior Court.
One.
Judge Tammy.
You want to give her a cut, don't you?
You gotta break in these new judges.
Her budget looks good.
Yeah, she did. All right. Nothing for Aldridge.
Superior Court too.
Yeah, there's no increases whatsoever in Tammy's budget, other than a wage inflation increase. Superior 2,
It's good.
a reduction of 40,000. Superior 3,
And nothing.
slight reduction of 8,000. Page 84, drug court, no increase. Meaning nothing. This is gonna go real fast. Page 85. Here's where the work begins. All right, I didn't see anything. I think wage increases, basically. CASA, do we have that funded? Page 88 with the, I'm sorry, page 87 it starts on. That includes the full-time salary.
And see, that's gonna be moved.
So which one?
The director wages.
Yeah, the director wages, there's not enough cash to support the director wages in that fund.
So that's why they're creating a new department.
Yeah, okay. Alright. I see that, yeah, 56.5, okay.
So are you reducing that to zero, the 56.5, then to, since the new fund will be created, are you reducing this one to zero?
You want it, absolutely, yeah, yeah. When do you can't do that next though, month, can we? You know,
Yeah, the commissioners will have to approve an ordinance, and then that'll be part of your salary ordinance as long as you're funding it.
Okay.
And then we can get everything taken care of at the October meeting.
Okay.
You guys aren't cutting funding for CASA, are you?
What's that?
No, but we're moving her
Moving it.
to the fund that you just created, Commissioner Bohannon.
113 gets reduced to
Start rocking the boat.
Zero it out.
They're so ornery.
Right.
Okay, got it. Zero on wages for this department, okay. Anything else on CASA? Hope everyone's clear on that. We're not cutting CASA.
Right.
We're actually fully funding them.
Okay, probation, that's the one that Jeanette.
Wages department head is actually gonna be moved to 2,100.
I am here.
Hi. Hello, how are you?
Doing well. Andrea Turnage, Chief of Probation. Newly appointed chief, 90 days, go easy on me.
Thank you, Madam Chief. Are you gonna enlighten us on that cut that Jeanette said potentially there's in that department? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I was made aware of that, and yeah, we are in full agreement that that could be one position.
Okay. Which one is it? It's not the head, it would be the,
Family support caseworker, counselor, I believe it's under.
Wages counselor.
So we basically cut that in half.
you cut it in half?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's the wages counselor, not the probation officer.
Correct.
So wages counselor, I'm gonna do the math in my head. $60,424.
And it was recommended, potentially bump our pay up. Well,
Now, we can't do that?
No, I'm sorry. The wages were adjusted because of 27 paid, so you have to go off the number on the screen, not what's on your paper.
So it's,
It was 125, 496.
Oh, so it's 62,748. Thank you. Got it. 62,748.
And we need to adjust the longevity too, correct? Is that on there?
Reduction in longevity, this is for reducing the position?
No, I thought it went up.
An increase in longevity.
because the position, you can only pay wages out of the grant fund, and we can't pay longevity out of the grant fund. So it had to be moved to the general fund.
Okay.
So it would go up to 3,200.
So an increase of 600.
Alrighty.
That was on our letter.
Uh-huh.
Could have read that.
Yeah, there we go.
Does anybody have any items in the probation department?
We still need to reduce that by another 30%, right? Just kidding.
You said the wage, you're moving the wages to Fund 2100, correct? Did you say that?
I don't know.
So wages department head, we had to decide if we wanted to leave it in the general fund or move it to Fund 2100.
Help me out then.
It's a supplemental adult probation. It was placed in both funds and left for us to decide where we wanted it.
Okay.
However, I do believe that the supplemental fund can only be used to supplement. I don't think my full salary can come out of the supplemental. That may need clarification, but as far as I know,
I'm not sure.
Probably right.
I think only a portion can come out of the
Okay.
supplemental fund.
We have the full amount. Do you know what, is there like a percentage? Do you know?
I don't know what that percentage would
You
be.
have to maintain where you were last year, at least where you were last year in the general fund.
Which would have been,
Yeah, you can't supplant that, I apologize, I did not have that in the email that I sent.
So you have to leave the general at least at the 4297,
yes.
and the balance on 21.
I can't hear. So you would reduce it?
You would have to leave at least $40,297 in the general fund, and then the balance can be in 2,100, the supplemental. Because we can't supplant, we can only
40,297 would stay. And then the difference.
What is this one?
89.
Top of 89.
So that would leave 33,679 to come out of page 91.
So you're in 33,000?
$33,679 on the top of page 91 under wages department head.
So one more time, 33,000 what?
$679.
Okay. All right. And then you would also reduce on the supplemental adult on page 91, their longevity would be reduced to 6,600.
Yep, I have that. And then jump back to page 90. There was a request for training to be made 2,200, an increase of 1,000 for special training. That's at the top of page 90.
So you're looking at 22?
Yeah.
Okay. 20.1 million, 900,000 to go. If that's the goal.
Is it 3 or is it 4?
I don't know, we'll talk. Okay. I didn't see anything, I'm in the probation, budgets.
Me too. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Thank you. Community corrections, page 92.
I didn't have anything.
Professional services jumped up a whole lot.
I don't have anything for
Yeah,
this
that's
stuff,
true.
but I don't.
Professional services,
I have it highlighted.
it was
I have question
20,000,
marks.
they've used 25% of it,
Yeah.
and they're asking for 60,000.
Which one?
Bottom row,
Professional
fifth
service.
from last, fifth from last.
Page 92.
Professional services.
I don't know.
Oh, 60,000?
Increase of $40,000, but they've only used 25%.
I could wish.
I'm guessing that.
So we could request some clarification on third reading, if we need to cut it then. I mean, I just don't have the ability to.
And monitoring fees went up quite a bit too.
Yeah.
So,
We just circle them.
yeah,
That's it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind some clarification.
You wanna, I'll send them an email or something like that. Okay. I think we're just gonna skip that for now and come back on third reading. Page 94, drug and alcohol. McDAP, is that McDAP? They call it McDAP. I don't have anything. Community corrections even, page 95, I don't have anything. Drug court. They got pauper council. That's where some of this is coming from now.
I got nothing.
And that's a grant.
Yeah.
That's a great.
96 have nothing. Weights and measures, 97. Let me sharpen that knife. I have nothing on weights and measures. Nothing on weights and measures. Nothing on EMA, unless you guys have anything. Nothing on soil and water, page 100. Nothing on Parks and Recreation 101. LPAC. John, I want some help on this one, on the LPAC, or LEPC, I call it LPAC, it's Lepsy. Lepsy. Leprosy. I keep calling it LPAC. In order to get that funding continually, we have to meet. I don't know what all the parameters are for those board members or folks on that board, but we meet with the central dispatch. Is there any way to kind of combine forces and do central dispatch meeting with a lot of the guys, and then right after we have central dispatch, maybe do LEPC meeting, and pretty much the same members on central dispatch could be on that? Do you have any idea?
I would suggest maybe trying to combine EMA and LEPC.
Okay.
And quite frankly, make Jack the LEPC chair by state and.
Jack, will you come up here, please? Okay.
by state and federal statute, there are, I believe, 12 disciplines or 13 that need to be on the LEPC board. And the biggest problem is trying to get a representative from those disciplines to be on your committee. And once you determine those folks on that committee, then you have to have a minimum of 4 meetings a year, quarterly meetings. We usually try to do 6 so that if we didn't have a quorum on one, you still had enough to meet your state requirements. We couldn't get any participation. And if you don't get the participation at the meetings, any other requirements that they ask for, you don't meet the requirements, so you don't get the funding. We're looking at about probably, it used to be around $6,500 a year. And we could use that for hazardous material training. But if you don't meet any of those qualifications, then you sacrifice the money. So I felt like I was just spinning my wheels.
No, I got you.
Quite frankly. And Jack's got to have an advisory board member or meeting group. It makes sense to me that we try to plug those folks in to those disciplines so that we can meet those requirements and then start getting that funding.
So the EMA board has statutory requirements on who needs to be on that as well, and most of them are elected officials. So I'm not sure how much of a duplication we would get with that. But I'd be happy to take on the LEPC and make that a function of EMA and try to get that going again, because I want that money to come to the county, plain and simple. So,
well, your commissioners will have a say in that, yep. I would assume. Have you guys batted this around at all? I mean, this is the first I've heard of it.
I spoke to Jack, to Stan about it before.
Yeah.
Okay.
We never discussed it with the board, but yeah.
I don't want to talk and not have you really hear it. 6,500, is that that's what the thing?
Historically, that would have been, yes.
Yeah.
That's the annual number.
And you guys can use that for first responder training?
Hazardous material training.
Hazardous material training.
But so keep in mind, when you do that, we usually contract an outside individual to come in, structure that program, that training. Oftentimes, there may be an additional grant out there that would cover maybe up to $20,000 for that. It's quite involved.
Yeah, I start to get into the question of, if you've got those highly qualified technical individuals that are showing up, first of all, it's hard to get them to show up at all. Even if they do show up, those people are worth between $75 and $200 an hour. They're investing 2 hours a meeting 4 times a year. You're not getting great return on investment for the time that people are putting in versus what the reward is on the grant. We're currently putting up how much money for first responder training just out of the general fund. I don't know that it's worth continuing to mess with this for $6,500 a year.
You don't know if it's worth it?
I don't know that it's worth the effort to get all of those people dialed in, because if you don't get the money, people's time is absolutely wasted that they've invested in it, you know. And if you do get the money, it's really not a great return on investment for $6,500. That's my thought. So
I guess
to see the stipulations of what each of the 12. What do you need? Who do they need to be?
Well,
because maybe we could be moving with another meeting.
This is categorized as a community right to know. So the general public has a right to know what's in their backyard. And when you don't have the LEPC that is functioning, the folks have no place to go to find out what's in their backyard. We just had an experience at Census, and that release will probably go over $1 million.
Wow.
One of the things that the hazmat team needed was a list of their Tier 2 reporting products. I have access to that. So, sulfuric acid and things of that nature are some of the products that were released. So I think it's a function of local government that probably needs to be, just because it's It's trickled down from the federal government. This all was generated, remember, clear back in Russia when Chernobyl had their significant event and the millions of people died from the release of hazardous materials. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. But, I think the folks that are on that board are a voluntary member. So that the investment, I appreciate Jesse's appreciation for the folks that are on that board and their value. They truly are valuable people in the community, but I think that it really should be in existence. It's frustrating for me for it not to be functioning.
I think we can get there. This is where I'm going to go a little different than John. I think we can start holding these meetings again, at least give it a shot. Fulton County is what, half our size, and they have 40 dedicated members of their LEPC right now. 40. So.
Well, Jack, if you're willing to take it on,
absolutely,
let's do it.
Well, I don't know how administrative we are in this process, so
that's a conversation for something else. But I would just recommend you keep it in the budget, and I would like to get it going again.
Oh, I wasn't
going to
do anything with it. So
$22,000 sitting there.
If you look at the Form 4B,
there's not been anything spent out of this fund for several years, but if you look at the Form 4B, you will see there is a negative cash balance. That's based off of what we have budgeted for this year,
right,
and the request for next year, which I believe are identical requests.
Correct.
So as long as nothing will be spent from that fund this year, then you can approve this one how it sits. Okay. If there's any intent to spend any money out of this fund, then you're going to have to make some cuts.
Okay.
Yeah, there's absolutely no intent to spend any of that money.
Okay. Well, I think it would be almost,
Quite frankly, to spend that money, you have to have a meeting to approve. Your local LEPC board's got to approve that expenditure. So,
okay.
And when you don't have a meeting to have board president,
the rock bank account.
Okay, so again, administratively, that's not our call. I would just think that if you've got the motivation and the desire to do it, I never want to say
will help him.
Yeah,
I never want to say no.
It's traditionally done in counties by EMA agencies.
Okay.
So,
How, since you're here, how was Argus? Was it better turnout than the year before?
Yes. Part of that's because you actually got a chance to do some hands-on stuff at this one. It was a full scale. And what we did in Argus, that's something that would be an LEPC exercise. Maybe not to the magnitude of that because that was fully state funded, but something like that would be something that an LEPC would do. That's what we've seen in neighboring counties, train derailment or some other type of transportation incident. Typically the most common exercise. It has to involve some type of hazardous material there.
Extremely hazardous substance.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's a category of those.
Do you deal with brown zones as well?
Pardon me?
Like a brown zone, if you had a brown zone, would that be something that encompasses this?
Well, like a hazardous material side.
Yes.
Those are on the list, and quite frankly, if there was some funding that maybe the LEPC could coordinate some remediation of those, that
would go out and find the funding.
Right. But there's been a few in our local area around Plymouth that have been remediated through federal government funding.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I have no intent of touching the numbers on the budget, so again, you'll have to coordinate that with your commissioners and see what you guys can do.
Well, I appreciate your interest. I mean, it's definitely something that's needed. It's frustrating for me that I can't get people there to the meeting. And if you don't have the meeting, then another one of the things is to record your bylaws, and another one is to coordinate an exercise in the summer or fall. And quite frankly, if you don't get participation, you can't. You're just spinning your wheels.
Okay.
And I can make a lot of things happen, but I don't know why I can't make that happen.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Good stuff.
I guess we're going on to health, page 103.
I got nothing.
Okay. What was the building we had talked about in Cume Cap? Is that in this health budget?
990 Illinois Street, it's in the 1161, which is the state funding, and the state did approve the budget that's been submitted.
It's the other capital.
I see it, yeah.
Page 107?
Yeah, okay.
There's actually two places, wasn't it? Yeah, and it's actually on page 108 as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, page 108 is the carryover from 2024.
Oh, that's what that is, okay.
Yeah.
Anybody see anything in the health budget other than there's a significant drop? Revenues have dropped. 850,566 down to 307,429. Okay. Reflects the state funding cut. General fund, Department 117 personnel, human resources. Page 109, I had nothing there. There was a reduction of almost $4,000. Auditor, looks like that's pay increases, page 110, not much there. Page 112, plat mapping, reduction of $2,000 from last year. Auditors ineligible, page 113. Slight increase. We can't touch that money anyway. And help me out with the training fund on 114. There was some discussion on that.
That one does not have the cash balance to support the 25,000, so I had emailed to everyone, if you reduced it to 3,000 per department that's eligible, that would cover.
You know, it's being done right now. I see it, the magic before our eyes. Look at that.
2,000-3,000.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Last but not least, us, County Council 115. I think we need to participate in some of this. I think the other projects needs to drop. I'm gonna say it's gonna go to 150 unless I have any other people who know.
You said 160.
I know.
Okay.
I feel more pain for us.
You're a little.
You can fight for 160 if you want to fight for 160.
Well, my question is, are we going to be having legal services and things like that coming out for the BZA, or are they going to have enough to cover?
Well, they budgeted 40,000. You got a lot of budget in the commissioners for legal next year. Yeah. They got theirs.
I think
we already have solar.
We don't use it for that much, and I told John that if we ever needed to use more, we could potentially use it more. Potentially. For the firefighter thing.
All right, and then we had talked about upping professional services to 30. Or no, I'm sorry, legal.
Yeah,
legal to 30.
Up our legal to 30.
And then public safety grant to 400.
Yeah, well, it's already in at 400.
No, it's at 300.
No, it was at 4.
Okay, we changed it already.
We requested last meeting.
Gotcha, that's why it's in ink.
Well, where are we at? We're at 2,147,000-ish cut. If you can see it right there, totals by fund. I mean, I'd still like to see us get down to. So that's the question you have to ask yourself. What is the desirable
Is this
Cash
isn't
balance.
reflecting, this is not reflecting wages yet though.
I think that's another 300,000.
But will it be different with the sheriff?
Depends on
How what your recommendation is
Yeah.
for the wages. If you're doing whatever
Yeah.
percentage by category, we can calculate that. You just need to let us know, so give us a couple days to calculate and show you what it would be.
So we need to discuss that. What are the wages today?
Can you scroll up again real quick? Thank you. Right now, we're at a general fund balance of 18,340,912.
What was our last year's balance?
Last year was 15.6 million. Give or take a few thousand.
So we're up 3 million year to year.
We're up 2.7.
And that's reform 4B.
Yeah, and so
Your cash balance would be based on what you have.
So if you look at the lower right, if we do nothing, projections are a cash balance in the general fund, let's just round it to $10.1 million. But that doesn't include the pay increases at 1%. That would save roughly 300,000. So now you're at 10.4 general fund balance at the end of next year. How much do you want to eat into this year's balance?
Are we gonna have healthcare cost increases too?
We increased that dramatically in the commissioner's budget. If you want the cash balance at the end of next year to be $11 million, you got to cut approximately $600,000 or $700,000.
I would like to see it stay around 11 million. That's me.
Okay. We don't have forecasts for the lit next year. That would affect it. Last year, at this time, I thought the surplus would be 2.1 million, and then we got the lit projections in. It got cut down to 1.3, but then we got the supplemental, so we're back to 2.1. And so, this forecast includes a supplemental estimate. Right? Yeah. So this is actually a very somewhat of a I don't want to say an ambitious forecast, but you don't know what the supplemental is going to be.
Right.
So what were you going to say?
And the lit number revenue is based on that guidance that came out in August.
It was based on what?
The guidance in August. Yeah, the what guidance we got in August.
Yeah.
Again, the final won't be until October.
Which didn't include, they don't talk about a supplemental.
Would we give it before the third reading? Because that's kind of important, because I hate to
It's always made up.
I hate to approve a budget and we really know 100% what I'm.
So you use the supplemental as a bonus.
I'd rather cut now and then add later.
They'll call us if it's low, which was what happened a couple of years ago. DLGF will call us if we lose a big tax.
Supplemental, I think you can count on it, but you don't know what you can count on.
Right.
3 years ago it was 270,000. 2 years ago, last year it was 1.2 million. This year is almost 900,000. I mean, you can count on something. I just don't know what you can count on. So
100,000. Go low, so that's always.
Are there any other funds at the end of this year that might be added to the general fund? I mean, are there some reimbursements that might come in, let's say later in the year, or anything that would surprise us?
What about interest?
The interest, even if you change the interest to move over there, out of the 9 funds that receive interest, if I recall correctly, 5 have statutory authority to receive interest, so you can only move 4 of them over.
Yeah, I think you could move 3 to 350,000 interest over to the general, if I remember that calculation. They have to do it as commissioners and the treasurer, the Board of Finance. Is that what you're?
We were kind of waiting on to see what you guys thought. If you guys want us to do that, I think we'll do it. I'd just like to get some thought from the council.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I don't know if I've apprised you of all the discussion on that, but I thought there were some funds that are accumulating some monies that are just stuck in those funds other than some of the interest. It's typical what Steve Dalton told me, that as much as you can get from all the other funds, cash balances, that's, they like to move all the money into the general. But there's some statutory limitations on some of these funds. I think the ones that are not limited by statute, we could transfer with their blessing, obviously, or they would do it. All the interest accumulated, like the jail lit, for example. That is actually not statutorily bound to the jail. So that one, I forget what the interest is on that a year, 200,000 or whatever that number is, could all go in the general fund. I thought those were nice ways to help fund, in to some respect, the public safety grant, use some of those interests. But
I want to say too, you're looking at this, and that's with significant cuts to the highway department that we had in stone and materials and everything else. So
it's highway out of the general fund. That's true. I mean,
if you're looking at anything that's going to be even over above that, 600,000 would be cutting.
I think it's safe to say we're at 10.1. Let's calculate some reduced wage increases. That gets you 10.4 million.
Yeah.
But then then we have to talk about the sheriff's budget.
I think we need to do 1%, like we said.
Across the board.
Do we do it across the board?
And if we're doing that, Charlie, aren't we looking near 400,000? Near 400, if we go to one?
If you go to 1%, you're talking 400,000, a rough estimate of 400,000 reduction. The only thing I will caution, I don't know where the commissioners are at on this, if there needs to be an employee contribution for health insurance. I don't know if that will need an increase or not next year. We don't have those numbers yet either, but I only bring that to your attention just so that there's not a reduction in pay for employees.
Yeah, I would say with if there's a 1% increase, I would not want to see you guys do that, but
we'd have to eat whatever.
Yeah.
That would be, I'd hate to have a pay cut because insurance rates went up and we didn't have any kind of payoff.
1.5%.
Without those numbers, how do you know?
Right, we don't.
So I guess.
Going back on the back of employees. So we did try to take that into consideration, because I would agree, I don't want to take that off the back of employees.
And we can, if you give us a couple of days, if you want to do like 1%, 1.5%,
Right.
we could calculate those out and give you the difference between those. That shouldn't be, based on the category, that shouldn't be, it'll take a few days to go through everything, but we could do that.
Okay. And then what do you want to do?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, no, go ahead, I was just gonna say, what are we gonna do with
The reality of it is, insurance costs are going to be insurance costs until you know that. That's an unknown number. And we all have to have insurance. I don't have it through the county, but other people need to have that, and I understand that. So you want to make it look like they're not losing money.
Yeah.
Right.
I'd hate for somebody to come into the year, it's like their paycheck's shorter because insurance went up and you only got 1% raise.
Still, with the self-insurance, where are we looking in comparison to where we were before when we were with Dixon's or whomever? And I know that it was going to take a lot to catch that up to get to that point.
Jim, it was kind of speculation when we switched because we had some major claims.
Yeah.
And when you started putting that in, kind of guessed where it was going to be at, and you had 30% for a margin.
Right.
For the insurance companies, that's what they try to work on. It was going to catch up with us sooner or later, so that's why we had to switch.
Yeah.
We went ahead and took the chance and jumped over to self-insured because at least we was cutting some of the margins out.
Right.
Some things I may probably have done a little better than we thought, but there's some things that we've had some claims. I mean, we've got aging, a senior population, I guess I'll say aging population workforce here, and we have claims. So I think it's all a little early yet to tell you where this is going to level out at. But I'm convinced wherever it is, we're better off now than we would be if we was fully funded because they're going to get their money back one way or the other. It may take a couple years to catch up, but they will get their money back.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I was going to ask Angie if she thought what the premiums were before having a carrier versus where we are. And I know it's going to take a few years to catch up, but are we even within the realm?
I believe the one it would have been like a 35% increase to the county. So that would have had to have been passed on prior to moving to the self-insured. There's no way the county could have eaten a 35% increase on insurance.
Has there been any talk with like Mike Miley as far as what you think is there gonna be an increase? Do you know at all?
We've increased the budget, but right now we haven't really talked about that. In fact, I don't think anybody wants to increase that contribution rate to the employees. But to go back on what she was talking about, Jim, you remember COVID hit, we had a heck of a deal that one year, and the next year they come in, didn't rebid, so they just give us the same deal the second year. So we skated for 2 years. We had it so good. I mean, you couldn't believe it. But that was coming to an end real fast.
Yeah, the good news is, even though health costs do tend to increase faster than the rest of the economy, the fact that inflation and so many other things are getting back into check right now should trickle over into that area as well. So it's probably not going to be as bad as maybe it was in a couple of years prior. I can say that Gibson is working hard to make sure that our employees have all kinds of options to save money. They told you about that at the last meeting. I'm in the midst of learning how to schedule a MRI through our system that allows us to avoid paying high costs and find some low cost alternatives. So, those options are out there, and they're saving us and our employees money. So.
And it's education is everything.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people that have no insurance, they'll go to the ER, and had they had the ability to go to an urgent care, they would have gone there, but they'd had to pay a copay. Versus those that are non-insured would go to the ER and everything's picked up by the government. So education's the key.
And this is a learning experience for all of us, because there's programs out there that Gibson's bringing to us. We're looking into what will save us money, what won't, we think. There's one out there right now. Then you get into all the networks. What network will accept that program? What network won't? So it's
Never thought I'd get to the day to where the doctor prescribed to have something done.
It's been a challenge.
Have them check it and see which ones are acceptable and which ones are not.
Yeah.
Too much government.
Yeah. And then that employee has the option to do what they want.
Yeah.
I don't care what kind of viable options we put out there. If they choose to go to their doctor or down to that nurse room tonight, we're stuck. That's just the way it is. So we have to educate the employees, and hopefully they'll take heart, because eventually we can't keep eating this forever.
Right.
If they don't work with us, the employees don't help us, and that gets back to your education point that it'll have to go back on their backs a little bit.
Do we know if it's going to be if it's a 10% raise from what cost for the previous year, or if it's going to go up 20 or 30% like Gibson would? We have any kind of idea going forward?
Well, we're self-insured, so we're not going to get a quote.
Well, but I mean, how much it's going to cost us this next round for healthcare insurance?
What's tough about that, Will, is because we pay those costs as they incur, there's going to be some years where we're going to be up, and there's going to be some years we're going to be down, and it's just going to see how it works out over a number of years. So we're not so concerned necessarily about what happens next year, but what happens over the next 3 years on average, and hopefully the things that we're putting in place are taking care of that. So,
but it takes time for these programs to get in place, and you see results.
I was saying, because my thoughts are, I wouldn't want to give any raises and put it towards insurance if we had to. I mean, I don't want the insurance costs to go up for employees, and if you're looking at a 10% raise in insurance.
But it's also not fair to for folks who are getting their health care somewhere else, for them to not get a raise because other people have increased health care costs. So
all about choices.
Right, yeah.
I'd say probably 90% of your county employees are on the health insurance.
Because I could tell you, if I could get the money that we're paying for my health care in my pocket, instead I'd take the cash.
Maybe that is something we could look as an option, though. They used to do that with buyouts and stuff.
Well, and WIS has recommended we go out and do a sheet, so every employee knows what we're paying, not just their salary, but what we're actually paying these costs they don't see. And so that's been a recommendation by WIS here a year or so ago, and we've never done that yet, but hopefully maybe we'll do it this year.
Yeah.
And then include it with how to utilize the benefits.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And there'll still be a learning curve.
Yeah.
I know there's an individual who had a $10,000 procedure because they come and told me, and they only paid like $30-some bucks. So they were thrilled. I'm not sure we couldn't get that procedure done elsewhere for less, but That's what we're working on, see if we can lower them costs.
And I definitely don't want
We're dealing with inflationary issues beyond health insurance too. So,
Yeah.
1% is not covering inflation whatsoever.
No.
Okay, so, all of the expenses though, ultimately paid out of 4702, right? They're kind of budgeted in various departments, and it all gets, transferred, so to speak, in budget anyway, into 4702. So you're actually, if I'm not mistaken, I'm just looking at the first 8 months. We took out, you transferred 250,000 over into that fund?
We did that because we never put any money in as seed money to start, so we were always kind of running behind every month. We'd run behind and we fulfill it, and we.
If you just look at the cash balance, if you didn't do that, your fund would have zero, but you started the year at 151,000. So just looking at the cash balance, you're negative 150 for the year as budgeted, but it's not terrible. It's really not terrible. I mean, you're gonna spend 200,000 more probably than what's budgeted, right? Is that fair?
Yeah, you're probably close. I don't have the numbers here, but we did not budget a lot. We budgeted for increases, but I'm hoping we don't get all them increases to pay.
And you still have 650,000 in an employee rainy day benefit account to make it stable. So, okay.
Real quick, I don't want to hijack your meeting, Mr. President. Before the Board of Finance meets after the next commissioners meeting, you guys won't meet again before that. Will you guys be willing to give us a vote of support to move any interest income that we could possibly move out of those individual funds and into the general fund?
Yeah, I would. So let's discuss it real quick. I had presented to them an idea, and they looked at it in the Board of Finance. They wanted more information. I just don't have it in front of me. I think I looked at 9 funds, and we came up with 4 that could statutorily be transferred over to the general fund. That's the interest accumulated since the first of the year. One was the jail lit, one was rainy day. I just don't have it. It might be Q Bridge was another one.
Yeah, I think so.
And then I think we looked at that, and if projected for the year, if we took it all the way to the end of the year, it'd be about 350,000. And those funds could be moved over. And so, rainy day's healthy, Lit's healthy, Cambridge is healthy. I mean, that's actually your call. You don't even need our blessing.
Right, I'd love to have it though. I mean, you guys obviously spend the money, and so the question is, would you rather spend it from those encumbered accounts, those special purpose accounts, or would you rather have increased flexibility?
So here's what I'm going to suggest. I suggest you do that, and I suggest we do zero out your stone and gravel and bituminous in the general fund, because that's 350,000. That's where you get it. Okay, I actually probably want to go back to their budget. If you guys don't, you guys can. Okay, see ya.
Page 1.
I want to go back to page 1.
You're gonna start all over. We're gonna go all over again. Let's do this.
So, Deb, real quick, are you a yay on us transferring the funds? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Do you have something?
2, 3, 4, 4.
Bo's out here too.
I saw Bo. I'll grab Bo. We're going to go back to page 1 and zero it out. Unless you guys object, they didn't budget it last year. It's stone, gravel, and aggregates. It's bituminous. Okay.
It's only $275.
Instead of 150,000, it goes back to 0. Instead of 200,000 for bituminous, it goes back to 0.
Yeah.
Wait.
Then you're accounting for the transfer in for the interest? Is that how you're?
That's just on the cash balances of certain funds.
Right. I mean, don't we still have to put this in your budget as those items that we're using the funds from Or they're keeping the funds, is that what you're saying?
My request, Mr. Compton, would be, I would love for you to give us the full amount that we initially requested as an additional before the end of the year, but I would be happy to take however much you'd like to give us.
That's what I'm saying too. If we're 600,000 over on the budget and we still have $1 million or 1.3 million that you guys asked for, we're $2 million away.
No, I don't want it next year. I'd like it this year.
Here's what you're probably suggesting. I'm gonna put words in your mouth. You transfer that interest over to the general. You come to us for an additional out of the general in a month or two. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, I would still like to make sure that Jason's fully set up with material before the end of the year for
But
next
then
year.
you have to obviously put more in.
Right.
Yeah, if you're gonna do this, you have to do it now because we have to have time to get the material in and get the invoice
Gotcha.
in so we can get it paid by the end of the year. Whatever you choose to do. If you look at 6,000 tons of stone, at basically, I don't know, 18, 20 bucks a ton, whatever it is, depending on what he gets, you're looking at $1 million plus. Now, depending on how far you wanna go with all that,
How much did he use this year?
well,
That's what
it runs anywhere from 4,000 to 6,000 ton a year, I think is what it does. I think that's what he said this morning. But I can't tell you and answer your question, Nicole.
Yeah, and if you recall the conversation that we had a couple of months ago, the question that I asked Jason during our budget meeting was, let's present to the council what it would take so that you guys would run out of time before you ran out of material. Because for years and years, we've been running out of material before we run out of time. And the good news is, that stuff keeps. And so if we don't use it all one year, it's there for the next year.
Well, that's what I was wondering, like, what does he have out there? What's his inventory look like? Does he have stuff that he can still use, or do we need
I
to
think
buy?
he's got some out there, and there's also he's looking at what he can move some money. You know, if you choose to do that this year, but if we do the subdivisions like we talked about this morning, that'll take up some of that time at the end of the year. You know, so that'll run us more to the end of the year. We'll run out of probably time this year if we do all that.
That's kind of what Brandon was alluding to.
Yeah.
The supplies.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at figuring out what we need for next year, taking care of what we can this year. We're looking at our, the surpluses, money we have on hand, putting it towards next year. Next year you're building surpluses hopefully and stuff, and you're looking at, the following year and hopefully it reduces the amount of additionals we do throughout the year.
Right.
Because we're giving them a clear picture and getting materials on hand. You'll also notice we had elections, we had the changeover. We were late, a little bit late to the game to get the road plan. I mean, I know there early on he was talking about some shipment issues and getting materials. There were counties who were putting material on the roads before we were able to. I mean,
and boy, did we not hear that from the public?
Yeah.
I heard that from the public. Yeah.
The general money now, though.
I'm talking using 2025 money to jumpstart, for 2026, and then you don't have to budget it.
We're gonna take down our cash balance in the general.
It would take for this year. Yes.
Hard to address what you're talking about, Brandon, is the fact why they're getting material out, other counties are getting material out earlier.
Yeah.
We a lot of times grind and get the roads ready to go in the spring before the double chip and seals and stuff like that, and they gotta lay there a little while before you get back on them.
Sure.
That's generally, it's if we ever get to the point where we grind them in fall, so we're ready to go early in the spring, that would change, but we just never quite got to that point yet.
You got people on dirt roads on
And there may be more incentive to grind it in the fall if we already have the materials here and we know that we're going to be able to repair next year.
I do think too, if you can get more towards maintenance road more before the 2027 budget, when it's going to be tighter, that would be because what it's going to look like.
And I do think that's the kind of stuff we need to look at countywide. What can we do in 26 and 27 to take the pressure off of 28?
Okay, so
we're gonna reduce those two accounts to zero because we're transferring the interest over to the general and we're gonna spend it this year. Is that correct?
I think I heard what you said, transfer the interest to the general and do what?
So we'll reduce the budget for next year, but we'll spend it this year out of the general.
That's my request.
So by dropping their stone and bituminous down to 0, which was the same as, this year, but I grant your point, Brandon. The general has 17.99 million, let's just say 18 million of expected budget in order to get it to roughly an $11 million cash balance. We need 500,000 more of cuts.
Well, to do with what you just dropped out of a commissioner's budget and spend what you do on the payroll wages, you just dropped $600,000 to $750,000.
What was the payroll again at 1%? Is that 400,000 of savings?
No.
Okay. That's 17.
Across the board though with the
17.6 million. Not giving the merit officers a 3%, 4%, 5%, whatever the raise is, 1%.
And is that how you figured it, Tori, across the board?
Yeah, we did a very rough estimate across the board of 1% for everyone in the general fund. It was approximately 400,000.
Okay.
Okay, so
There's 750,000.
I mean, we're close. We're 100,000 away. The question is,
can we get that out of the council budget?
What's that?
I was about to say that if you remember when we created the council special projects line, it really was to try to pressure the commissioners to pave roads. I don't think you need to pressure us.
Well, it was also basically there if we got in trouble with the BZA on these projects at legal fees for BZA. I mean, I was kind of
I don't know to what degree you guys can alter the paving mid-course, because money's become more apparent throughout the year, and we don't even know exactly what the revenues are going to be on the lit. Like I said last year, I thought it was going to be a certain amount, and it was an $800,000 number. Mm-hmm. We made a budget in case that sewer district falls in our lap, money there. Yeah. I would love to do the numbers. So my point is, happy to support you guys, along the way. I just think it's prudent to at least pass a budget that's conservative at the outset rather than liberal at the outset.
I agree.
Yeah, we don't disagree with that.
And if we can get into the practice of doing what Brandon's saying, of drop those highway materials before the year with what we know we have, that lets Jason plan better, lets us hit the ground running in the spring, and we know that we're not committing more than what we have. Yeah.
And it also allows us to buy that material before the January 1st increases, and there's one every year. It's just like clockwork. And plus, we guarantee we got the stone, because the last couple of years there's been a fear of, not be able to get limestone. So.
Mm-hmm. I mean, so we started the year at 13.4 million combined rainy day and general fund. Mm-hmm. It's looking like 14.8 million right now.
Yep.
So, I mean, there's some money there. Okay.
I only want 2 of it.
What's that?
I only want 2 million.
Depends how much this wants 2 is 1, 2, or 3.
Right. That's the most money I've ever asked anybody for.
$1 million.
I think I'd just love to stick with what we got right now. We're at 17.6 million. We haven't talked about the sheriff's merit officer raises. How do you guys feel about 1%, 2%, 3, 5? He was asking for 7, if I'm not mistaken, or 11. 11? I need a 7. I think. Well, actually, let me look at it. I have the number right in front of me. And understand he's just fighting for. No, it's 11%. It's 11%. It's the merit officers are 3301. 3.83 divided by 33.01. Yeah, 11.6%. And that's.
Yeah, not this year.
What's that?
Discussion.
Further discussion?
later.
So bring it back at third reading?
Same raise for now, and then you can discuss it.
I think we should probably table the discussion till third reading. You guys are okay
We
with that?
did just have a big increase a few years ago.
And
They did.
yeah, it was a 25% increase over 2 years for the merit officers, as opposed to 3% for everyone else. And I would ask, if you're looking for those numbers, if you can make your recommendation today, because we really have a short time frame once the budget's approved to get everything submitted to the state. And if you're making those last minute decisions, that puts us in a big crunch to get those numbers together.
So we need to decide on wages, is what she's saying.
So it would be preferable, could we do a 3% for them and then?
We can do whatever
We
they
can
wanna
do, yeah, whatever you guys wanna do. And if you wanna do a 1%, if you wanna see what it looks like with a 1% for everybody else, 3% for the merit officers, I mean, it's entirely up to the council how you guys wanna do that, but I would prefer a recommendation sooner rather than later, so we can make sure we have our numbers ready, so we're not scrambling, so that we can make sure they're accurate for the next meeting, when we submit everything to the state.
Okay. What's that?
And we also need a motion, do we need a motion to move that interest money to the general?
So the calculation's in here now.
But it's really their call. I mean, look.
What if we do 1.5% across the board?
Right, okay.
Oh, that's, I like the one.
Do a 7 mile.
And then, I mean, you guys already put one, you already put one out there.
That was earlier. This meeting's still going on.
Okay, I mean, if you have a change of heart, so basically you said if we go from 3 to 1, it saves 400,000, so for every 1%.
Just in the general fund.
The general, so for every 1%, you save 200, so that's $100,000, you know, more.
If you do a 1.5, you mean?
If you do 1.5 across the board, yeah, you save 300,000, so we're at 17.6 million.
Including all of those?
17.7.
Yeah, I was like, it seems like it should be more than that because of the officers, but.
So you wanna do?
I'm just throwing that out there.
Well,
Give me some discussion.
It's just a number, and I hate to say this because people's wages are sensitive, but 17.6 million is the general fund balance, I'm sorry, the budget with a 1% wage increase, 1.5. So every half point, you're probably gonna tick up 100,000 in cost.
That's not right though, is it, Tori? Not compared to yours?
It's 200 for
Yeah, 50, I think it's about 50,000, because I think if we had a 2% increase, it was still a decrease overall in the general budget of about 330,000.
Yeah.
That's just odd, that's odd to me then, because it went from 3% down to 1% was a
But
400.
not everybody,
400,000.
not everybody submitted a 3% increase.
Okay.
Some people submitted a higher increase than the recommendation. So what you're seeing here is not a true 3% increase. This is all based off of what was submitted.
So a 2% increase is a $327,000 savings.
Correct. In the general fund alone.
So 2%.
And is that taking into consideration like perf and all of that as well?
So let me explain this to you.
No.
So Greg, when we,
That will be affected. So the perf will be affected as well,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And if you want us to adjust perf, then we need to know that. We don't normally change perf as part of the calculation of wages.
Do you have an idea of like
Well, whatever the new
what that would
wages
be?
is.
Like,
well,
can
it's, payroll tax is about 20%.
okay.
So you got Social Security on top of it, Medicare. What's that, 7.65 plus perf is what, 11.2?
So then
18.8%, just say 20.
and our budget has for the council is 3%. So is that generally what most people are?
Yes, the
I didn't
commissioners.
calculate all of them, but.
The commissioners. Yeah, the commissioners made a recommendation at a meeting for 3%. And so then when the department heads did their budgets, most of them did 3%, but some of them took more.
But if they were all at the 1.5,
Mm-hmm.
everything.
Across the board?
I guess I think 2% would be probably appropriate. And the reason I say that is, the inflation has just been crazy for people, and it's so they're at 1%, they're making less money, and I think it'd be more our responsibility to find other cuts in the budget than in the wages.
I think our wages are our biggest expense.
And 3% maybe that is high, but I would say 2% would be. I would like to see 2%.
Okay. St. Joe County gave a 0.
I know that's St. Joe County.
But you do know the jobs market numbers that come out from the feds were not good.
Okay, so
if we look at doing that, would we look at cutting more?
well, I think
We'd have to.
I mean, could you have everybody take a 0.5% cut off their budget?
you probably could. So the reality is, it seems like the goal, and I'm just throwing this out there, is to get down to about 17.5 million in budget, so that the projected cash balance at the end of next year is 11 million. By going to 3% raise down to 2%, we save 327,000, but you're also going to increase some of your payroll costs. So we got 17.7 million. You got 200,000 to cut from there, and we haven't talked about the merit officers being at 1, 2, 3, or 5% or whatever, or 11%.
I think Nicole kind of alluded to that.
Yeah, we talk
Like 1.5% across the board.
for everyone.
Why don't we just have the auditor's office give us some of the projections over the next couple of days, and then we call another meeting real quick and do another final second reading a little bit with adjustments.
That would help you guys, right? Because after our October meeting, they've got 48 hours to get everything put together.
It's a very tight time frame for us to get
Yeah.
everything in. If you recess this meeting for a few days, we can come back. If you adjourn the meeting, then we have to re-advertise, and you have to have 10 days in between.
That's just recess.
We don't have to advertise if there's 10 days that we said in between.
If we recess.
If you recess, if you adjourn, then we have to advertise 10 days and have another meeting. We have to have a 10-day time frame. If you recess this meeting, you can recess this meeting and come back to it. But you can't go for like a couple of weeks. You could recess it for a few days.
Yeah, I thought it was roughly a week you could recess a meeting. I don't know.
You probably could for about a week.
It'll take you to get the numbers.
It'll take probably a couple of days to get that together.
I leave Thursday for a week, so.
I think we can probably communicate.
we're doing it
with
Thursday.
the quorum, I think.
We're doing it Friday then.
You okay with that? We can change this.
Thursday or dark Thursday.
Saturday morning.
What time are you leaving Thursday?
What we're trying,
7:30. I mean, we leave Plymouth at 7:30.
In the morning.
When are you coming back? A week?
Next Wednesday night.
That's too long, isn't it?
In Austin, so.
What are you looking for?
Okay.
I just want to see I just want to
Projections
so we can
projections
do
based
a
on 1.5%.
Well, you can figure that based on this. If you divide the two, that'll give you your number. If 2% saves you 327 and 1% saves you 398, it's the half of the difference. That puts you at your 1.5.
Well, if I can just say, if you think 1% is 400,000 and 2% is 327,000 of savings, shouldn't 1.5 be kind of in the middle, somewhere?
yeah, that's what Tori's saying. That's what Tori just said. Yeah, that's what she just said.
I'm deaf.
That's a long way.
Yeah.
You said it the right way. You were more exact than he was.
So 360-ish, yeah. I mean,
We just don't want to have to figure everything multiple times because we have to do the salary ordinance as well. And so that's why we're looking for a more concrete kind of where you want to be.
We could always.
I think we're almost splitting hairs now, so.
We could almost say, let's do it at the 1.5, then come back at our last reading and.
No, we can do that, okay. If we increased it at our last reading, third reading, that's too late for you guys?
That is absolutely too late for us. If we have to come into the third one with your wages pretty much set where they're at, so we can get the budget and the salary ordinance approved, so all of that can be submitted to the
I'm
state.
trying to accommodate Greg too, though, so he's dead in the water till next Thursday. Is that too late for you guys?
A week from this Thursday?
Yeah.
Can you recess that long? I don't know the rules.
I don't know the rules on recess.
Well, if it's an limited changes, we could keep him in the loop if you have a quorum. You know, I don't know, if we're on the same page with everybody else.
Can I do,
The room's not set up for that. They're working on it, but it's not yet there.
I think your desire is 2%, you made that known, so we'll all take that into consideration.
Okay.
No, I think that's, okay.
I think
So
I'd
we're
be fine
meeting
with either
on
way.
Thursday then? Recess till Thursday, is that what you wanna do?
Thursday, I don't know.
This Thursday?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the rules are for how long you can recess. I don't know if you can go longer than a week. That I'm not sure of.
Let me see what's on my schedule for Thursday. I don't even know if I have anything going on.
Yeah, probably am fine.
It's 9/11. That's 9/11. You probably won't be here, will you?
Around the day.
Well, we'll be down 2 members. Gosh, this is not a hard decision. Mr. Thompson has a desire at 2%. You all have a desire at 1% across the board. 1.5. 1.5.
Yeah, I don't
Across the
care,
board.
I think it's,
Okay.
No deviation with the others.
Okay.
Are you on the same page?
I think so.
My desire would be to see at least a 3% for the merit officers, but what's your desires?
we'll split the difference and do 2% across the board.
2%?
And that takes us to 3, it was like 325 or something like that. Even this is from 3%.
I mean, I don't know, I feel 1.5 is kind of splitting hairs with the 0.5%. And I see Greg's point here, if you want more for the merit, go in the middle of 2%.
Across the board.
Mm-hmm. And then you don't have to worry about splitting with one.
I'm agreeable with that too.
I don't know, my 2 cents. But it's fair to everybody.
All right, so actually, I'm going to make a motion just for official sake. A motion is to increase wages 2% across the board. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Motion by myself, made by Mr. Masterson, second, and I give you a third. Those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. 2% is the number.
It would have been funny if nobody was saying.
For all.
Across the board.
That's perfect. We'll do the
Thank
wage
you.
by category and then we'll calculate wages.
And we'll get those numbers to you guys sooner rather than later.
You don't have to worry about it.
Okay, so we need to come back hopefully on Thursday and.
Nope.
Cut more? We can cut more at third reading, but she needs it for the,
We'll find
she needs it for the wages.
We're meeting in October, right?
Do you want us to adjust perf while we're doing this? Do you want
Yeah.
us to adjust perf in addition to that? Do you want that adjusted based on the 2%? Yes, please. Thank you.
Social Security.
This will probably have to cut.
Thank you.
We can do that.
If the goal is to get to 17.5, we still gotta cut 250-ish.
Chuck, yeah.
We'll come up with it.
Bo, can you come up for a sec? I should know better because I'm on the board. Can you help me out with the, and I know we talked at the last meeting about the budget being really good for you guys, but can you help us out? We had some questions, and I don't know what page that was.
Professional services 92.
Yeah, so
What page is it?
91, 92. Give us a sec, Bo.
Yep.
Opportunity to cut. Just teasing.
You're ending the meeting.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Okay, so, what was it? Yes, professional services and the project income goes from 20,000 to 60,000.
Yep.
Monitoring fees goes from 78,000 to 120. help us out. I think, is that right? Is that what you guys had a question on? Yeah.
So the monitoring fees, I will need to, I don't need to appropriate money for monitoring fees, but whatever I budgeted last year, I'm going to need more of it. For the professional services going up has everything to do with rent. My rent currently comes out of my grant. I don't know what's going on with how much rent I'm going to have to pay next year, but I can use that. I know I'll be able to use that money in my grant for wages. So I could budget that money in professional services, which I found out from Tori that I shouldn't do that anyway. I should have that in its own line item. But that was my intention was professional services, rent, and then my grant is all wages. So that's why the spike in professional services in PI.
But when's the lease up over there? I forget. It's at the end of this year or next year?
December, I'm going to say December 27th.
Of this year?
Of this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trying to save some money on rent. Is that what you were thinking?
The hope was to get them in this building.
Okay.
We're working on it.
Yeah.
I will tell you right now, there's a lot of pushback about coming to this building. We're trying to look at some other options. And,
would you guys want to come to this building? You guys would, right?
Yeah.
What I would like to do is I'm working on a limited thing. I mean, my PI is going down slowly.
Right.
The grant's not going to increase.
No.
So my whole thing is to keep it off of your plate for as long as possible. So $30,000 to me is a lot of money.
Yeah.
And it's going to go up. So I pay $30,000 now. I'm going to be paying probably $40,000 next year. So
what are we going to add, Steve?
His rent's probably going to be, if he does a 5-year contract, is what they want, it'd be about $200,000 for 5 years, roughly. And so we've looked at moving some things around. We kind of took a slight pause because I want to talk to you after this is over. We're looking at another option to see if it would be available or not, or would work. Unfortunately, I don't want to say too much, but there's just some pushback for fear of clients that would come into this building. And so we just got to weigh all that.
Okay.
Yeah,
I understand.
There would be increasing security for this building. I mean, Bo has security.
He would have some security, but basically some of the security is the ones that said, be careful doing this. So, I'm not gonna say too much, but I'd rather tell you in private. But yeah, go ahead, Bo. Bo, they have their security and stuff their own. I mean, you guys carry basically everything too, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
Oh, no security.
I mean, if you have probation in this building.
Right.
Those are all my clients too. So I don't know what the security question is.
Thinking the same thing.
Okay.
That was my thing.
So you have a lease that's up and you would like maybe to move some of those professional service dollars into a position or wages of some sort. Is that what you said?
Yeah, so basically I didn't know, I know I've got wages to pay for. I don't know what my rent's gonna be.
I got you.
So, and that was so I just planned in 300 series to just pay rent out of there.
Okay.
If you didn't have to pay rent, that would stabilize your budget.
But I can't, they don't want me to do that anyway.
So do we need to create a new line item for rent?
You just need to tell us how much of that professional service you want in the rent line, and we'll just adjust it before the budget's adopted.
Okay, 40,000.
Let's put it this way, whatever decision we make, somebody's not gonna be happy.
Well.
And I'm sure at the end of the day, we're just gonna make a decision and move on with it.
So who would they gripe to, the commissioners?
I'm gonna send the council.
That's all right, I'll take care of them.
Yeah, you're right, commissioners, but you know, we do have an obligation for safety in this building, and right or wrong, it's just something that has to be weighed.
Yeah.
I would like to see Bo in this building, to be honest, I don't wanna pay the rent.
Right.
That's always been my goal, but.
So we're changing 60 to, I'm sorry. I just didn't know where you were looking at going in this building. Like,
I
is there
won't say
empty
publicly
space?
on now until we ask me afterwards. Cause you get people nervous and worked up by something.
Somewhere in Bremen, over near the Patterson.
Your house.
Northeast corner, Dogwood 6.
There you go.
This room is nice and big.
Table over there.
Okay, so help me clarify this. We should move that $60,000 number, Tori?
No, we're moving 40,000 to rent, leaving.
Oh, you did it,
Just updated that.
Okay.
So
I
now
see
we have
it.
a rent line for 40,000 and professional services for 20.
Okay,
Oh, what happened?
You're amazing, Tori.
okay, I see it.
Real time.
That's it, I guess. I mean, we're gonna.
It was great talking to you.
All right. So, to recap, we've got, maybe 200,000 to 300,000 of, additional numbers to cut to get to 17.5 million, so that the budget projected next year can have an $11 million cash balance. That's where we're at. We have time to do that between now and next October. Is that an evening meeting? Okay. Next meeting will be evening. Any other comments before we make a motion to adjourn?
Yeah, if you're gonna cut it next meeting, everyone's gonna have to come back and sign the ordinance within 48 hours.
Okay.
So you'll have a day to come back and sign,
Yeah.
because we won't have the ordinance prepared, because we'll have to update the numbers. So if you have more cuts that you're making, just be aware that you'll have to all stop back in to sign.
After the October meeting.
After the October meeting, you have to come back in that Tuesday morning. I'll need the signatures the very next morning on that.
Okay. Would you prefer a special meeting for 15 minutes 2 weeks from now? Just to throw it out, yeah?
Yeah, that would probably be,
You'd rather have that?
that would probably be easiest if we can do that.
do the third.
Oh, no, it's a special, we can't. No, we'd have to do another 10-day advertisement on that, so.
Like the 22nd?
It can't be a 2-day advertisement on that? It has to be 10?
It has to be 10 because you're talking the budget when you're doing cuts, so you'd have to recess this.
Okay.
Can we just recess?
You can, but you can't recess because Greg's taking.
Yeah, no, I think you can, I think you statutorily, I think I read this once, you can only recess for like 7 days, and, it could be longer, but I know, I'm pretty sure there's a limit. You can't just recess for a year.
Right.
So,
Are we gonna do an evening meeting? So Will can be here, or are we doing day?
Will could not come if we do a day meeting, but that's just the way it goes.
Will, how soon can we get here?
Can you get like 2 hours off?
No, I can get here at, how long are we talking? Like
15 minutes.
Everybody leaves at 4, and we get here like 3:30?
Like 3:30 on the 22nd?
I can meet at 3:30 on Monday, the 22nd. Do you want to do that? 3:30, ladies?
Something.
So no one has to come in for a special trip?
We can do that for, so 3:30 on 9/22, just for the final cuts?
Yep.
Okay.
Is that okay, Jim?
I'll make it work.
Probably not for Deb, but,
Text Deb. She might be able to make it.
It might be tight for me. I'm on,
Well, as long as we get 4 here, you guys know what you're doing.
yeah.
I can be here. I trust if you guys are in agreement with what we're doing, talk beforehand. I'll try to, but if something happens. Mondays are hard to miss, because
okay. So is that a yes on Monday at 3:30, 22nd? Okay, we're setting up a meeting for Monday, September 22nd at 3:30 p.m. Council.
First day of autumn.
Mrs. Schwabel? Okay. Any other discussion or a motion to adjourn?
So second.
Who made the motion? Mr. Compton made a motion to adjourn. Mr. Shattuck, or Will, Mr. Patterson seconded. Discussion, those in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned.